and their the enemy team, which was Python.
Python, yes.
And that is going to be just, I think, a very pleasant match to watch, to say the very least. We saw Indonesia; they were just going absolutely crazy. There's no other way to describe their performance. They were simply exhilarated. They managed to take down Korea by 1 round. They managed to dodge overtime. Python did have to play against Team Japan Tracy. Zero Dragon. Zero Drake. And with that being said, they did have to go to overtime, but they still won 4 consecutive overtime rounds definitively.
Yes. And then they beat Old Drivers, of course, as well, to get to this point.
And we cannot forget the fact that they just had absolutely astounding performance on that last round of the first half. You remember playing against Japan's Zero Drake?
Yes. I mean, that was a very, very good game. I think there was a lot of back and forth on that one. Really excited for this match because Python was just really dominating on the last round they had versus Old Drivers. And Indonesia, of course, the energy that they have is just phenomenal. And again, we did see some long drawn-out matches yesterday, but it was at the end they were able to clinch it. So I'm really excited to see this match because these two teams are pretty aggressive. And they have a lot of energy, so this should be a very exciting match.
I agree completely all the way across the board. However, I feel like, in some ways, let's talk about Boot for a minute. It felt like it wasn't a complete 16-0 when they were playing on Nuke against Python, but at the same time, the way Python played against them, it just felt like it wasn't that much of a stepping stone in the way of professional development, in the way of the path of a pro gamer, the kind of difficulty they should be facing in that kind of situation. And I feel like, in that regards, we didn't really get to see the full show or the full strength of what Team Python is capable of. So with that being said, and that put to the forefront of all of this, I feel as though we're about to really see them tested going up against Indonesia Famous. Do you agree?
I agree, because when they had the match when Python was going against Zerdrake, that match was, kind of tooth and nail to the end. And we saw the same thing for Indonesia in their matches to get to this point. So it's going to be interesting to see how this match plays out. We may see it, and I don't think we're quite sure on which map it is, but that may also dictate the flow of the game, right? And that's what we've seen a lot. We do see with, for example, the Nuke, we always see one team dominate at the beginning, and what they have to do is they have to take away a few rounds when they're the weaker side in order to be able to win once they switch sides.
However, I do want to put forth now that we are diving into, if we read that correctly, if we understood that correctly, the first map will be Dust 2. And that is the first time we have ever seen that map played in this tournament in particular. Typically, when we're talking about CSGO's performance, as opposed to CSO, we can typically see that it's the only slightly terrorist-sided map in the entire pool. We're talking about a 51% win rate, if we round it up. But that is about as close as it gets to terrorist-sided in any of the maps. So with that being said, the threshold, the amount of rounds that either team wants to get before they switch. In other words, the score that they want to get by the end of the first half is 8 rounds or 7 rounds. 7 rounds can be acceptable.
That'll give them the opportunity that when there is a switch and if there is an imbalance, which you said is slight, right? 1%.
Yes.
So if they can just maintain that, then it's really about skill then and not about which side has the advantage based on where they start.
Right, and I think this is a good time to go ahead and thank all of our broadcast partners for providing products allowing for the event that you see now. That would be D-Racer, be TT Esports, as well as MSI. And then we'd also like to go ahead and thank the tournament organizers themselves, Nexon, as well as Gamania, and last but not least, Esports Ranking, if I'm not mistaken. I wish I knew what the R stood for. Esports Revolution?
I believe so. Esports Revolution, ESR.
Right.
We really want to thank them for setting this up.
Indeed.
So that we can see this display of these players actually playing this, and we can find out who the champion is, this year. This is exciting. We will be selecting the winners of these matches as we go into these. They're going to be eliminated. We're going to have eliminations, and those that go through are going to go through to the quarterfinals.
Indeed. Okay, so now we're about to dive straight into the game. It's just going to take us a couple of minutes here, but we should be diving straight into the pistol round. Very important one on Dust 2. Here it is. Let's see what the purchase coming out from both sides is going to be. It should be the counter-terrorist is purchasing armor. We can see that it's going to be one purchase thus far of only armor. Addition's going to be purchasing utilities, I think, is what he spent all of his money on, and everyone's blown just about all of their money on utilities from the CT side. Terrorist side, we are going to be having 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 1 KM45, in other words, the USP, and a Deagle. So they, in this position, essentially the terrorists have to make that purchase in order to get the firepower that they need to overpower what CTs typically have as a natural advantage. Remember, one headshot close to point-blank range with the USP, like Addition has here, then you're not going to be alive at the end of that. I like this cute little stack coming up at mid. What do you think?
I think that's an interesting tactic to see. I'd like to mention in yesterday's games, the dominant players that we had were Asen and Suhao. They're the ones to watch this match.
Kent's been spotted. He's behind box. And now he's all alone at bomb site B. But there's no rush to push in here from Famous. They dodge a flashbang. They're trying to wall in, power is rather. Can't quite do it. But Kent is down to 1 sliver of HP. I think he's able to surmise that there's more than one, and now he's getting knocked. They're coming in from double doors now. It's going to be Zuhao getting 1, Montoya another. 2 for 2 in the exchange, now 3 for 3 as it goes left and back and forth. Monty there, barely alive with only a sliver of HP, and now it's going to be on Csac. Going in through window, Asen takes down Montoya. It's going to be a play coming in from Csac, and now 1 versus 1. He's only got 4 HP. Does he have a kit? He could potentially try and defuse that. 12 HP versus 4. Both players, 1 shot. The bullet will decide who the winner is. And that's going to be Csac, but can he defuse? Can he defuse? I think he can.
I believe he's got it. Maybe.
We don't have much in the way of in-game audio. Alright, so that's going to be CTs by a wing, a prayer, and 4 HP, taking what is arguably one of the most critical rounds.
It's interesting to see Csac taking the lead there in frags. But how does he have 6? Is that from the knife round?
Oh, no, that's from the defuse. Holy... So wait a minute. No. He... If I read that correct, it could have been an ace. It could have been he got 2 points for the defuse as well.
Very well played by Csac.
Yes.
Able to really finish it off and defuse that bomb and actually take out.
This is interesting. This little tactic coming in from the terrorist side. You'll see that they didn't win the last round, but they have enough money to buy an AK-47. It's because they got the bomb plant down, and one player had enough money left in his bank to make the purchase of the AK and then drop it for Trick, if I read that correctly. And so he just bought a bunch of armor, and now they're kind of, on firepower. As long as they use that AK and get the kills with it, they'll be just fine. But they're riding on 1 or 2 players with those AKs being able to make the kills.
Suhao's already taking quite a bit of damage.
He's spraying back. That's going to be Csac getting 1. Csac getting triple kill at Catwalk before he's finally dealt with. Crab's down to 1 HP, more or less. And Vinny, he's got the bomb on his person.
Have to see if Vinny goes for the plant here.
This is coming in for the flank. 32 HP as he misses the critical shots. Went into burst mode on the FAMAS. Bomb is planted.
And we got another placement this round, so we'll see how this pans out. It's 2 on 3, but Vinny's stat is very low.
Vinny gets a double, then is silenced, and now it's 1 HP versus 1 HP again, just like the pistol round. Oh man, this is where you can smell the ozone in the air. And that's going to be Montoya holding it out, getting 2 rounds in a row. You can hear the crowd just going absolutely wild, cheering for their home turf heroes.
We'll have to see this next round if Indonesia can take the momentum away from Python and try to retake this.
If Vinny wanted to, he could purchase an AK-47, but it looks like, no, okay. I was going to say an AK-47 and a full set of armor, but it looks like he's not going to do that.
They may be waiting for the next round to make those purchases. We see Kent going up ahead.
Checking things out in terms of economics right now, this is slightly better for the CTs, but they are actually getting mauled right now as this was a B rush. Did I see that right? Bombs planted at B. They got to play for the retake now. They're working hard to get the re-entry. Suha and Montoya working together.
Hassan is still alive, and he's taking down
marginally profitable win as well.
Yeah. And another defusal.
Yeah.
We see CSAC is really contributing a lot today to his team.
Indeed, he's got the carry pants on right now, and he is doing a lot of heavy lifting with this team. Now, that's a bunch of...
See, we see AK-47s coming out.
He's firing through suicide right now, hoping to hit some people who are crossing. It looks like he does a little bit of damage on T there, but nothing that can shut them down and out.
Montoya's taking quite a bit of damage here, so looks like Team Famous has decided to try to slowly chip away at their health. It looks like this tactic may work out for them.
I mean, they're essentially blind firing spots with a high probability of an enemy there, and it is working in that regard. As you can see, Famous has not taken any damage just yet, so nicely done by them thus far.
You see Team Famous has the AWP, but Python has not purchased an AWP yet.
I mean, it looks a little bit even right now in terms of manpower, but don't be fooled. That's actually, well, it's going to be Hassan getting the one shot he's been looking for. That's going to be Vinny taking another.
Hassan goes down. Oh no, Hassan is still alive.
Hassan, yeah. Kent is running away, trying to stay alive with his Clarion, aka the FAMAS in hand.
And you see the plant there. Looks like Kent may decide just to save his weapon.
Yeah, I mean, right now that's his main focus. He's going to get money no matter what, but really he knows he can't play for the retake, and this is Famous with 3 bomb plants in a row, and it looks like this one's finally doomed to detonate. No contest coming in from the CT side, and this actually speaks to the performance of both teams, because we've seen round 1, essentially, it wasn't a clean sweep by any means. It was extremely close. It came down to who got the last bullet, and then so too was round 2.
What I'd like to point out that round, though, is that we do notice that Asen has now got his AWP, so he is probably much more comfortable now. They've got the setup that we've been seeing, that we saw yesterday. Everybody on AK-47s with the exception of Hassan. So they may be able to take control of the momentum and take control of this map at this point.
Maybe, and right now this is looking like Ghetto Eco coming in from the Python side of things. They've got players that have their pistols equipped. We have Kent with a FAMAS, but I think that's just, he had a little bit too much more money than the rest of his team, so he decided to go ahead and purchase that so he stays even with them economically.
Yeah.
And, it seems to be just about all in this case, for example.
Watching, looks like Team Famous is taking the same approach they did the last round. As the clock ticks down, we may see them become a little bit more aggressive, and there goes Addition, taken out by Hassan.
He does take a little bit of damage in return, switches to Deagle, and then back to the AWP in hand. They're making the advance now onto bomb site A, and they're trying to get that plant in, but I'm really a little bit... Okay, there we go. You want to grab some weapons and stay alive at the end of the round. It looks like they'll be able to succeed to that end. 3 versus 2 right now.
It does look like Team Famous from Indonesia has gotten their stride, and maybe it was just a matter of them getting the equipment they needed, and they seem to now have control of the map.
Right. I mean, we saw how close they were able to take it with, the attacker's disadvantage as well as the natural firepower disadvantage that comes with the the terrorist side. And now that these rules are kind of becoming negated, they're starting to swing back into this a little bit. But Python now, it looks like, is going to make something of a purchase happen. Suhao is actually happy to get away with that AK-47 at the end of the round and survive. And now it looks like the rest of Python will make their weapon purchases as well.
I think we're going to see, hopefully what we'll see is, because I'm rooting for Famous this round. I mean, that's my pick for this one. I'd really like to see them go into the next round. They're a high energy team. So what I want to see is them to get their stride and to take control of this map and take it all the way, and so that they can move on to the quarterfinals. That's what I would like to see. It looks like if as long as they can keep this control up, they should be able to do that. But you've already seen, I believe it's 2 successful bomb plants, right? And elimination.
Yes.
So,
I mean, yeah, in that regards, we actually see that Indonesia Famous is bringing things back, but they know they have to be a bit more cautious this round because they need to adequately benchmark what kind of firepower they are facing. Yes, they know they just won 2 rounds in a row, so the enemy team can't have too terribly much, but do they know where that Magnum, that AWP is located? Who's carrying it? Who's using it?
yeah, we see 3 M4s, an AK-47, and an AWP on the counter-terrorists.
Right, mid to B. What they did was they threw a smoke over mid, and then that, oh my god, Kent with the triple kill, making it happen. He's buying time, and this is just going to put them positive in trades. Asen is going to have to make that AWP count in this situation. Seesogged is looking for that crack, that point where he can overpeak, but Asen, he's revealed his position as he took down Montoya. He should be able to just peer his way in with the flashbang accompanying his teammate. It's going to be Suhao covering his back to get into the retake, and that is Suhao finishing the round with a double kill for Team Python.
Yeah, so it looks like
$2,200 to the pockets of our Indonesian team.
Yeah, and Python figured out what they needed to do to beat them. So we'll see. It looks like the momentum may shift back towards Python. Again, this may be a very kind of back and forth match that we'll see. Python might win a couple rounds, Famous will win a couple rounds, and we'll see how it's going. Which is exciting because it's not a one-sided match. You get to really see them play. So Famous has their setup. They've got their AK-47s and Asen on the AWP again. Taiwan Edition trying to take a little bit out of Famous through the wall.
Okay, so this position, yeah. I'm surprised they can afford that, but since they did get the bomb plant down, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think if they can consistently keep getting the bomb plant down, they can keep their economic situation where they still have a chance because they can get the equipment that they need.
Right. The only gripe I would have is, on paper, if they were to get the bomb plant and lose this round, is I think they would only stand to gain 2,700 off the back of this round, so obviously not enough to buy AK-47s with armor. But enough to get them upgraded pistols to go through another round. Check this out, Suhao getting himself a sick triple. Switching to his TV real quick. And then that's it. Is that the quad? No, Fraps is going to shut down that hope. Now it's going to be Trick covering his teammates, or rather getting a refrag on behalf of his teammate. It's 1 versus 2 now. He's only got 19 bullets left. Switches to another AK since they spent a lot of bullets firing through walls. 9 seconds remain. He's got to get that bomb plant down. Question is, who's waiting for him at short? It's going to be Montoya. He'd have to be... I think at this point it's a lost cause to actually run out there, so yeah.
He's just saving his weapon and cutting his losses.
In some ways, it's arguable that he lost more by staying alive, because you can see he only has $600 when he could have gotten away with maybe 1,900 more. So it would have been about $2,500 he would have in his bank. But these rounds, they may not seem like they're really big, but Suhao is actually making the plays, and so too is his teammate Seesogged. But
yeah. Look, it took a little while for Suhao to hit his stride. I mean, yesterday he was the dominant player, so I'm not surprised to see him start climbing back up.
Yeah, I'm Lascana. It's going to be Montoya and Suhao just getting their frags. Catching one at long A, catching one on A short catwalk. Now, bomb's planted. Famous gets away with the money from this round, but can they make the hold happen? It's 3 versus 5. Vinny gets 1. His position is revealed by that Aaron. Travis just got an MP5 in position, but that'll be enough to deal some damage to get himself 1 frag. 2, he doesn't get the third as he's shut down by Suhao, and it's 1 versus 1 now as Suhao does nick away at frags. He's probably going to fake on this. Yes, he's faking the bomb, and he's going to try and overpeak a little bit. 7 HP, but he cannot save this round. Even if he has a kit, he can't defuse.
And Suhao finishes it off.
So successful bomb detonation by Famous. And see how this looks. Oh, money-wise, that's just not good for the CT side.
So we do see Famous take another round from Python.
If I saw that right, yeah. I think what happened was Monty there, he went ahead and dropped 2, maybe 3 deagles for his teammates.
Right. So we see Famous taking the last round with a bomb plant.
So here we have 3 CV-47s, AK-47s, whatever view coming out from the Famous side of things, and looks like Powers is going to go with a Desert Eagle. I'm not sure about that choice, but it could be to get enough money to buy an AWP later on in the game. 3 versus 3 now. And that, whoa, getting double kill with that Deagle makes a big difference. And that's going to be Asen getting another. That was Python owned in 60 seconds.
Yeah, we see that Famous is not going to go quietly into the night. They are going to fight for this. They are again. We can't hear them because we're not in there, but they're a very high energy team, and we know when they're getting those kills and those frags.
Right, we know when they're yelling. That soundproof boosts here are amazing.
Yeah.
Yesterday we could hear them yelling in the studio that we were casting, and it was eccentric the amount of energy you could hear coming from that team.
It's very, very electric in there.
Indeed.
We do see right now Famous does not have Asen is not on the AWP. He's on with an AK-47, so not exactly. I don't think what their optimal selection for equipment is. So they're working with what they have.
Right.
So we see Famous dropping a lot of smoke.
Zen gets across, fires through. I'm not sure if he actually spotted that CT that he killed. Could have been blind fire, but whoa, a Deacon with the friendly fire. What is this? That must have been a big follow-up right there. Big blunder, but Zen's going to get himself a double kill. Triple kill with a spray down.
And Asen with 4 kills.
It's a 5-5. That was a little bit confusing, I think.
I think a lot of that smoke that Famous dropped really worked in their favor. I mean, that we saw that friendly fire kill on Suhao, and I think that turned the tide enough for Famous. It was their tactic, right? They dropped the smoke, so they were able to figure out what they wanted to do with it. But I think that was very well played.
Not sure what's going on here. That was some friendly fire onto Asen. If I'm not mistaken, typically whenever we're talking about competitive friendly fire, we're talking about a reduction of about 25% of the original damage. So if you do 100 damage with a headshot, you'll only do 25 damage.
Right.
So Asen's not looking too happy about that, I think.
I wonder why they did that.
It certainly beats me. That's going to be Vinny getting the opening frag. They mid a little bit. He does carry the bomb.
Kent is down. Suhao is left.
There we go.
Yeah, Famous getting chipped away a little bit by Python. And there goes Montoya.
Indeed.
In addition takes that power.
It's going to be additional Suhao.
So we will probably be. Oh, there goes addition. Then we may be seeing a plant here soon. Oh, nobody has the bomb.
Yeah, that's going to be Seasock taking down Asen. What on earth? The double kill. He even got lit there. Didn't even stop him. Let me tell you, Seasock doesn't afraid of anything, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. He just
Old memes.
by the
Oh! Even the bomb he's not afraid of.
yeah, is not able to get it off. That's very unfortunate for him, especially after taking out. I believe that was the Nib's dad at the very end, and then getting in, not able to get in there in time to defuse it.
But we have to look at the flip side on this one. The terrorists actually lost. They lost money on that round. They really did. Detonation win 3250 plus 4 kills, 500. Quick number crunch brings it to about 4,500 for play. They lost about $2,000 to $3,000 for the team's bank.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more.
We see Famous's loadout is 5 AK-47s. Asen is not on the AWP, which is his most comfortable weapon. They're able to take down 2, so we'll have to see where this goes from here. Trick and Asen. Trick's very low though.
We don't really have in-game sound right now. We can hear the sound that's going through the studio, but it's not amazingly clear by any means. So that's why we weren't able to identify whether or not he was going to use the bomb defusal there.
So we see the bomb plant by Famous. This is going to push, this is going to force Python.
And with that being said now...
There goes Montoya. Right into it.
Great.
See what Addition decides to do.
Okay, so now
clock is ticking, so we got to see. Addition's got to decide what he's going to do. It looks like
he's
he's
just
going to
hold
keep
on
his
to the
gun.
weapon. Yeah, I mean, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so we got a little bit of technical issues fixed. I can actually hear Nathan's voice in my microphone, or rather my headset right now.
Okay.
So we're good to go in that regards, and we can hear the in-game sound a little bit more clearly.
That should make it a lot easier.
Indeed, indeed.
Let's see if Asen. No, Asen has still got the AK-47, so no AWP.
Yes, he's got the AK-47 on his person. But with that being said, he may have just purchased the AWP to drop it for a teammate. That just makes it so much easier for, if you don't feel comfortable playing the op, then you can give it to your teammate. That's what I do all the time. But in this regards, he's proven himself to be a formidable opper. It's just that the question is, does he want to continue to fulfill that role?
Montoya gets the kill on power.
He just got killed in Suicide Alley with a shot through Suicide Alley. And that's important because it's just on the momentum that the terrorists can make on any push-up catwalk. Trying to push through CT spawn to A, and just shutting it down. And Asen, he's trying to refrag for that. Finds the second one, perhaps. Sorry, we're taking a little sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, perhaps just he shut him down. 2 versus 2, positions have been revealed in this little exchange, this firefight, this duel. Now they're waiting for the flank to come in, but who's it coming from? Kent is the last guy standing on the CT side. He's going to find one. Now he just has to buy time. Wait 30 seconds. Almost not playing yet.
So wait to see if Asen goes for the plant. And he does. There it is.
Kent does it.
And he has plenty of time for the defuse.
Yes, and it's worth noticing that on the, let me think, on the first match that they played yesterday, Kent actually had one of the weaker KDRs on the team. It looks like now he's not the bottom fragger, he's carrying his weight. He's doing better than he was previously.
We see the loadout again. Asen is on his AWP. So this will be a much more comfortable Famous going into this round. Of course, Asen just takes quite a bit of damage right there, and he's out by Montoya. With the, yep, that was AWP versus AWP, and Montoya was able to take out Asen, but that was traded by Trick. Trick was able to take out Montoya.
Right, the duel is really important there, and that means that basically they're just not going to have a lot of defensive power.
So we got this 3-on-4. We will probably be seeing a plant here soon. Power's got the picked up the AWP.
So with that being said, that's actually, maybe he wants to hold on to it, but even that is not determinate.
So Vinigdag's got the bomb, so we'll see if it's going to go for a plant.
Yeah, we're waiting to see where it's going with Vinny. We're going ace short right now, but there's the execute, and the question is, can they make it happen or not? It's very important. Power trick, and they're going to get their kill. Suha's coming in for a refrag, 1 versus 2. I think he's up for the challenge. Technically speaking, this was a 1 versus 3 at the start of it all. He's got the bullets, he gets a second headshot. Is he going to win this? Oh my god, he's going to get it along with the defuse!
Yep.
Suha is just a beast on fire and a man apart. Oh my god.
He was able to get them taken down.
Yeah. So that puts the round score at 7-7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
7-8.
Yeah, 7-8. It looks like we're going to take a time here to switch teams.
Oh
so
my goodness.
It's kind of going the way we figured, right? 7-7. So we have one more round before the switch.
They brought in the pause way too early on the caster's desk, guys. I do apologize. So yeah, getting aggressive in lower B. A lot of people do this, but it usually fails. This is them playing aggressive again, and it's working to their advantage. Montoya, in addition, making their frags count. It's now 2 versus 3. 1 versus 3. Power, 1 man, 1 desire is going to have to pick up that bomb and find himself onto the bomb site. No one is in position to defend against him right now. That's actually Suzak. The last 3 CTs, I think, were all up mid. But that is
Python 8
and
Famous 7.
Right. Now they're switching teams, they're switching sides, and we're going to need a little bit of time to get that underway.
Oh, I believe the switch has already occurred and the round has started.
Yeah. That's good.
So it's a little bit different setup than yesterday.
Yes. Sorry, everyone. I'm struggling to hold on to my vocal cords. There we go.
Oh, here we go, round 1 of the switch.
There we are, yes. And Python, they have the firepower disadvantage at this point. I would say that I definitely think the Indonesian team, Famous, is slated to take the pistol round because of how well they were able to play with a firepower disadvantage. This is to say, they only bought a USB and a deagle, and of course the utilities that they need to execute: the flashbang grenade, the smoke grenade, and as well as the fragmentation grenade itself. So, there it is. Big frag coming in. Power took a lot of damage there, but he got the frag nonetheless.
We're going to see here if IDN can take this first round. If they can, that will give them the necessary momentum to win this match.
Of course. Smoke. Just make sure they can cross over safely, get the bomb plant down. But they're taking a lot of damage there. Addition, he's delayed. Down to 22 HP. Drake gets himself another. The bomb plant will go down, but it's 3 versus 5. And they have to make nothing but the headshots at this point if they want to win this. And even then, they're going to have to make 3 on the Vinny there. Maybe 2. And Ascent as well. This is Mission Impossible level difficulty right now. They did it yesterday, but can they do it again? Sisak has the USBs, making it count, but Crab's Trick and Ascent, their names appear on the upper right-hand corner of our screen. It's on the left side. That means it narrates that the server side is done.
Right. So Indonesia brings it up to 8-8. So they're even now. And we'll see if this round gives them a chance to keep it up. I don't think we're going to see very much money spent. Looking at their loadout, I don't see any.
Wow. This is a paycheck round for the counter-terrorist side, and they managed to make it happen in less than 40 seconds.
So what we could be seeing here again is that 1% difference. Now that the Team Famous is on the counter-terrorist side, they seem to be a lot more comfortable and in control. I mean, that was pretty much a wipe, that last round. It'll be interesting to see if Famous can keep it up and keep control of the momentum that they currently have.
So it's going to be Power getting the opening frag. Something has gone awry with the stream. Looks like we've got some kind of low... I don't think we've got CBR exploit or whatever the streaming application is that's being used, but maybe it'll smooth out in just a minute, hopefully. Hopefully.
So we have Montoya already down. Zuhao is taking quite a bit of damage. Again, looking at the frags, right? Zuhao, he's the dominant player on Python. If Famous can take him down, or at least keep him from being as effective, like right now he's going to be a lot more cautious. So it's going to be difficult for him to get any frags in.
Benny getting one after Power. 2 versus 5. I mean, Python managed to make it happen yesterday against Japan's Zero Drake, but I don't know if that can happen now. Shuhao, 1 man, 1 desire, 1 versus 3. You think it can happen in 30 seconds remaining? He's about to come up on trick at long A.
It's going to be very difficult for Suhao to do this. It's possible. I mean, we've seen him do some crazy plays, but not this time. Again, look at that. He is really carrying his team hard.
That is a typo at the upper left-hand corner of your screen, guys. We don't know why, but it should actually say 10 points.
It's not 20 with a bunch of boxes.
Yeah,
that's definitely not the score.
There we go. It's fixed.
There he goes. 10-8. So they're 6 rounds away from winning. And so far, though, they have very firm control of the map now that they're playing counter-terrorist.
Indeed, and
they haven't lost a single round since the switch, so
that might change the next round, however, as that should be the first rifle round coming out for the terrorist side for Python. They haven't taken any rounds since the end of the first half, so that means they stuck at 8 rounds and they've lost 3 to Famous. Next round should be at least 5 AK-47s, maybe some variant, throw in the AWP or remove it completely. And of course, execution utilities. So the money right now, they have not that great. Oh, stupid me. They actually made a purchase one of the previous rounds because they got the bomb plant and they cut it out. But this is as it is right now. Another case.
Again, I really think at this point it's going to be very difficult for Python to pull it out. I mean, the previous round, not this round, but the previous round, they did all have AK-47s, probably no body armor. That made them a lot more, easy targets, and they were still unable to take that momentum away from Famous.
They had, at the very least, they had Kevlar vests. They did not have helmets. Some of them may not have had helmets going into it, but if you don't have a helmet, it basically negates the reason for purchasing an AK-47. One thing that I can tell you they certainly cut on was the execution utilities, the flashbangs, the smokes, the fragmentation grenades. They may have only had 1 or 2, and using that to get onto the bomb site is good, but then you've got nothing to continue up the defense with. So, if you've only got 1 smoke, that's necessary.
And we see Python is taking their time. This could be the round where they take it back.
Could be indeed. Benny coming in here, getting himself a double kill, looking for that triple. Gets shut down on the prospect of getting that triple off of Shizak. Now Power is the last man standing, or rather, he's going to be turning things around drastically.
Again, the pressure on Suhao must be immense. I mean, he's the guy every round we're seeing his last man.
That was, ouch, that looked a little bit painful as well. He nearly took Power out of the game, but he didn't. I mean, it's painful to see them in this situation. Now it should be rifle round coming in, yes, just as the previous one was, since we have I believe we have the terrorists at max loss bonus right now, so they should be getting, they're definitely getting at least $3,400 per round.
Perhaps trades 2 for 1, definitely worth it. So
Trick getting away with one.
And again, there's Su Hao.
Right now, Famous, they are slated to become the first team to advance to the quarterfinals. Was that a cheer? I do believe that was a cheer.
Yeah.
There was some kind of animation bug.
We'll have to see. This again, it's Mission Impossible. He's got the bomb. Maybe he can do this.
He's made it happen in 1 versus 4 situations previously. Can he make it happen here?
Again, the pressure on him has got to be immense right now.
Yes. And if you're wondering how they managed to turn this around so densely, I guess you could say, or rather so opaquely, that is to say, Team Famous from Indonesia, it's simply put, it could just be the way the coordination works when you're on the counter-terrorist side as opposed to the coordination of your team when you are on the terrorist side. As I know, someone's probably going to think, oh, this is just because he's in Taiwan he's saying this, or just because he's somewhere in all the Chinese-speaking diaspora and he's saying this, but as Bruce Lee had once said, I do not fear the man who knows 1,000 different kicks. I fear the man who has practiced a single kick 1,000 times. And it's just the execution on the counter defense for Indonesia is just so much stronger than it is for the execution. 5 seconds remain. Bomb will at least be planted. They're going to get that money. And Su Hao makes the defense happen, but he's got to hold his ground against 2 more very hungry sets of teeth. He's got 72 HP. It might just be doable, but he's got to hold the angles. He's got to hold 2 different angles, 3 different angles that he can potentially rush from. He does make it happen against power, and now he walls! He walls! Are you kidding me? What is this?
That was very well played. He's got the triple kill. Very well played. So we have somebody who performs under pressure. I mean, he's proven it time and time again.
Yes.
Gets under pressure and he's able to pull it out and perform.
30 frags. This guy is the simple of Counter-Strike Online.
He is definitely their carry. He's carrying this team.
I'm surprised the entire audience wasn't staring at me like, what on earth? 3 versus 1.
Three versus 1 with the bomb plant. I mean, that was. Because they knew in what general vicinity he was, because that gave away his position, and that he was still able to defend from multiple angles. Very well played on his part.
Right, Su Hao there. I mean, a lot of people would call that balls of steel, but you know what? I think that's an overused meme, so I'm going to call it testicles of titanium. He just did not budge, and he waited for them to make a mistake. That was actually a mistake by the Indonesian
We seem to be having some issues with the feed here.
Yes, I mean, there's some kind of frame rate issue, but that's it. Looks like this is actually not putting too much doubt in the way of our Indonesian team thus far as Power gets away with a triple kill. Is that a quad? Triple kill to seal the deal. I mean, that just happened so quickly. I think it was a B rush coming in from the...
Well, we were having difficulties with this
from the
screen
terror
when that
side.
happened.
Yeah. It's interfering just a little bit with our ability to keep track of what's happening in game, but yeah.
Wait. You see the crowd here is a little bit subdued. We are in Taiwan, and it does appear that Famous is possibly going to win here. So I think that the fans here are kind of waiting to see what Python is going to do, if they can pull it out. We may see if they take this next win, maybe some reaction. But
we also have an outdoor venue, and we encourage you, if you are in Taipei at this moment, to come by and check it out. It's all cool, it's all great. We love it. So it's going to be Su Hao. Position left as the pieces fall where they may.
And here's Trick with the triple. And Ascend takes out Su Hao.
I mean, last man standing on his team. He's done it before. He could try it again, but as he might, he was shut down.
Well, we're getting close. 2 more rounds, and Famous will be into the quarterfinals. So we'll.
I mean, it's essentially as you said, and this is probably a forced buy coming in from Python. You'll be seeing AK-47s alongside pistols if they can't all afford AKs, but it looks like they will have AKs, so they'll get that. 1 for 1 and tunnels, as we can see, addition going from Latoya's head. Vinny coming in to break the status quo of the trade system, and he manages to bring it back to 3 versus 2, but then he's traded off.
We've seen it happen. 3 on 1 before. He could very well pull this off.
Okay, so now it's 1 versus 1 as Shu Hao does try his Mission Impossible plays all over again. Should be getting the bomb planted relatively soon if he didn't change his mind.
We may see it happen
He's
again.
checking the rear. He's checking the rear. Oh no, he didn't check it completely. He's actually hugging the wall. That last counter terrorist, Asen. Oh my god. Okay, I think you can hear the footsteps. Took out the bomb. Should be planting it very shortly. No, wait, he's. Oh my god. The mind games.
Yeah.
The mind games are very real here, Nate.
This is so close for them, so this is critical for Su Hao to get this win.
Asen, he just says, I'm not biting the bait here. I'm not moving until I hear some footsteps or I hear a plant animation coming through. And it looks like he's probably going to try and catch him out of position. Plant should be going down now. Wait, no. Oh my god, he just turned away at the worst possible moment. He should be getting the plant down now. Oh my god, Asen brings it to match point now for the counter-terrorist side.
So that was very unfortunate for Su Hao. We'll have to see. This is basically the last chance that Python has to take the momentum and push through and win. If Team Famous can take this round, then they're going to be into the quarterfinals.
It's just one crazy thing after another this tournament series. And I'd say this is perhaps the most pleasant match we've seen yet, aside from the one versus Japan, where we went into overtime yesterday. Zerdrake, absolutely amazing performance.
And Su Hao takes quite a bit of damage there. And then he takes first blood, plays 1 for 1.
Here we are. That's going to be now 2 coming in. Well, they're trying to push their way onto the catwalk, but perhaps, oh my god, he got pushed past, and then he sprays through smoke to take down Montoya, and it's positive trades all across the board. And does that? That's.
CSAC has 1 health.
Well, he's the last player standing. He's got 1 HP, literally.
1 HP. He better not jump off a ledge that's too high, because he'll die.
If we don't want to see a repeat of yesterday, what happened on Nuke. There was a round that was essentially handed to the counter-terror side, and then one of them had fallen from just enough height to kill themselves, just as they were going for the defuse.
We got another Mission Impossible here. This time it's CSAC.
1 man, 1 desired, 1 HP, and just
Famous knows he's low, so they're just, and there it is.
Congratulations to Famous for being the first team
into the quarterfinals.
To advance to the quarterfinals, as Nate said, yes. So we've seen a lot of back and forth action in this one game, this one series. It was absolutely amazing. And that being said, we are actually, I think, relatively speaking, very close to going into what may be a short break, but I wouldn't hold my breath just yet. We do have to talk about this. Highlight rounds. The penultimate round of the second half was something crazy. Just flat-out exchanges that were unbelievable, to say the very least.
We saw the Su Hao with the plant and take the kill. I mean, amazing player. It's unfortunate that he won't be making it into the quarterfinals.
Or his team.
Yeah,
just
yet. Again, amazing player, great plays, just doing everything he can to carry his team. Unfortunately, the pressure from Famous was just too much. And these guys, to be honest, I think they deserve it. I mean, they deserve this win. They played it, they held their ground, they waited for the switch, and then once they switched to counter-terrorist, they took control and they just steamrolled it.
I feel like round 23 or 22 is definitely worthy of highlight. It was probably when we saw the counter-terrorists at 9 rounds to the 12 of, or rather 8 rounds to the 12 or 13 of the terrorist side, that is to say Indonesia taking that lead. And then we saw Shu Hao again playing the one-man army plays, and he was, you wouldn't believe it, he managed to get into the bomb site, get the plant, hide behind the box, big box at bomb site B platform, and it was just all it was there was the mistake of stepping out. Don't get me wrong, this counter-terrorists have to retake, but you know, it's just the way it is. So that being said, we're now going to take things into a short break, and we'll be back with the next match ASAP. Don't go away.
觉得来到这里有不同的同号的玩家，我相信他们会觉得格外的这个亲切啦。好的，那么感觉呢，这个一派轻松的香港队，跟呢我们这个好像已经早就 get ready 的日本队，到底哪一队今天会胜出在这一场比赛当中？好，我们呢这边再次问大家喽，跟大家讲一下我们的抽奖规则。那么在稍后我们会有机会呢送给大家的就是我们许多专业的电竞键盘跟我们的2016 CSO 的补习的赛事礼盒。好，那么再跟大家讲一次哦，我们今天所有的抽奖规则一定要把我们的唇跟脸我们的这个唇跟脸一定呢都要先留好，然后我们呢在稍后会从我们赢家的预测箱当中抽出今天幸运的朋友。那不要忘记了我们的大会服务台这里可以帮大家来做兑奖，一直到我们晚上8点的时候。好，那么呢告诉大家了，等一下开战之后我们就要封箱。今天其实除了这里有赛事之外，就在等待之余，我们外面有越来越多的朋友，对不对？好的，在等待之余呢，我们在整个我们的这个香亭广场上面，其实我们这一次当然除了有我们的赛事，有的这个世界大赛之外呢，也是游戏嘉年华，所以呢，我们在整个大道上可以看到有各式各样的体验区，所以欢迎大家呢能够来做体验。那么在等待我们这些选手在3名的同时，我们先稍后一下，稍作休息，但是先不要离开哦，先不要离开哦。马上呢，我们加入之后，今天呢，我们的这个激烈的战事就要展开了。我刚才访问了一下大家，对不对？对于我们的这个预测，好像都一人一个。我来问一下第一人一个，所以你们觉得，最后你们是香港队的赢家？
CSO 世界大赛即将在12月3号、4号开打啦！今天我和莎拉难得放下打打杀杀的恩怨，就是要号召热情的台湾人一起为参加大赛的选手加油！你看莎拉多么兴奋啊！好的，那我们就出发拍摄民众加油应援的影片吧 ，Come on！ 2016世界大赛 ，Go Go Go！ 加油！干巴嘞！耶！
印尼队加油，semangat！
加油！加油！快点！加油 ！Go！2016 CSO 世界大赛，快艇！加油！加油！加油！加油！干巴嘞！加油！加油！加油！快点！加油 ！Go Go Go！
안녕하세요. 저희는 이번에 국가대표로 선발된 크레이지팀입니다.
기대를 부응할 수 있는 샷을 보여주고 오도록 하겠습니다.
大家好，大家好，我是今年的明月美展接手掌舵机，我们叫为国争光。我係講 CF 你講先 CF， 我係講 CF， 加油！
我们是 BO 体战队，BO 体战队的口号是从不放弃，永阵地，我们在台湾等你。
Hai, kami dari tim Fred. Kami mewakili Indonesia dalam ajang Counter Strike Online World Championship 2012
GD 也是准备在往 A 里做一个 Ken 的先行击杀一个，2个打掉了 A 的2个防守方，准备从 A 里做一个进攻。那目前地道还有人，他小心 Hydra 这个位置，在地道口左边有没有收？好，有收到，还好。因为刚刚其实在地道这个位置，如果觉得容易掉，容易对。好，那这局是依然是一个 A 里的准备一个进攻，但是节奏偏快哦。但是日本队的4名防守方全部都在 A 炸点，哇，这个是一个大怪招哦。但是感觉对台湾队来说有一点小劣势的感觉，哇，掉了那么多枪，来到一个1打2。哇，最后被翻盘了。其实我觉得这一局来往一个 S 通，是俗称的我们算中路网可以夹逼的一个位置哦。然后是所谓的阁楼下，那目前的 S 通目前没有遇到人，但是里面其实埋藏的一个守方，但是目前他主站这个 I 通这个位置在守中路，好打掉第一个，好知道有2个，那这个枪法有点失误被 GD 给打掉了。不过没关系，因为日本队本身回防的话可以协防的比较快，因为他们的重心防守本身就是一个偏 B 点，这个打法应该不会有太大的效果。哇，我们现在看到了日本队的地道推了2个，哇，中路的4号先行击杀来到一个1换1。目前 GD 也是从中路连接，准备要往中移动吗？没有，他们拉回来准备要打一个中路，但是日本队的地道还有2名防守方，如果这个时候贸然进 A 点，会非常非常危险呐。
对，
哇，这个打 A 点糟糕了。
选择要收 A 点的人，
对，因为地道就有人 ，GD 不知道有没有发现，如果没发现就完蛋了。我还要打掉了1个，还被 H 坏掉，那蒙特有没有把它击杀掉？
这边发现在放 C4 了。
哇，这个枪法有点失误，目前来到一个打倒，但是 Hydra 这个位置，如果哇4号没有打掉，那现在很危险了。Kent 打掉了 Hydra， 目前来到一个3打3，再换掉了一个，目前来到一个3打2，但是血量有点不足哦，2打2。那 BY 则帐篷下都被占据了下来，这时候很考验枪法，突然打掉第一，哇，被打掉 Kent， 突然有办法完成这个1打1这个残局。
哦，他还没有意识到，
他应该有听到了声音，因为他跑出来很大声，突然已经完全掌握到他的位置了。但是
日本队不知道
曾经号称枪男的托亚，哇，完蛋了，这个应该是会直接被拆掉。本身你撞到的话，我们看防守方几乎都是配 O1 哦。他这个下来看一眼啊 ，USP 的长距离优势是很有机会直接打掉人哦。他这个一眼看到了3个人哦。
哦，这个
有机会。好，今天打掉了1个 ，Kent 又补了过来，4号还补了过来。哇，这个歹徒
还这边还有个，
我真的觉得他真的是台湾之友啊。哇，日本队这次犯下2个大失误哦，都 TK。哇，4号跟 GD 也收下最后2刀。第一局优势掌握下来，是否可以多守2个 Echo Run？ 哇 ，A 里这个 Rush 蒙托亚1个人守在 A 蛋里，但是其实雾茫茫一片，有点白，打掉了1个，还不错，有办法杀第2个。哇，这个第2个就被换掉，不过没有关系，回防的队员只要枪法有发挥的话，哇 ，C4 被安置了。
对啊，这个。
但是日本队很聪明，把距离拉得很远哦。拉得远的好处是因为我完全不怕你吃，但是日本队这个时候往 A 连接点往前压了，托亚只是卡在最左边的角落。
日本队已经有发现到对方是一个 Echo Run 了。
对，哦，这个他竟然没有收，哇，这个托亚，哎呀，
这个有点大意，但
好可惜，打掉1个，还有机会，因为 WE 选手是没有血量的，但是没有关系，没有打掉，但是 Kent 说中路的小 M 摸过来，
这个台湾队会变得很轻松啊。
对，像下一局来说的话，你2500经济顶多就是。 GD 也是准备在往 A 里做一个 Ken 的先行击杀一个，两个打掉了 A 的两个防守方准备朝 A 里做一个进攻。那目前地道还有人，他小心 Hydra 这个位置，在地道口左边有没有收？好，有收到，还好。因为刚刚其实在地道这个位置，如果就蛮容易掉，容易对。好，那这局是依然是一个 A 里的准备一个进攻，但是节奏偏快哦。但是日本队的4名防守方全部都在 A 炸点，哇，这个是一个大怪招哦。但是感觉对台湾队来说有一点小劣势的感觉，哇，掉了那么多枪，来到一个1打2，哇，最后被翻盘了。其实我觉得这一局来往一个 S 通，是俗称的我们算中路网可以夹逼的一个位置哦。然后是所谓的阁楼下，那目前的 S 通目前没有遇到人，但是里面其实埋藏的一个守方，但是目前他主站这个 I 通这个位置在守中路，好打掉第一个，好知道有2个，那这个枪法有点失误被 GD 给打掉了。不过没关系，因为日本队本身回防的话可以协防的比较快，因为他们的重心防守本身就是一个偏 B 点，这个打法应该不会有太大的效果。哇，我们现在看到了日本队的地道推了2个，哇，中路的4号先行击杀来到一个1换1。目前 GD 也是从中路连接，准备要往中路移动吗？没有，他们拉回来准备要打一个中路，但是日本队的地道还有2名防守方，如果这个时候贸然进 A 点，会非常非常危险呐。
对，
哇，这个打 A 点糟糕了。
选择要收 A 点的人，
对，因为地道就有人 GD 不知道有没有发现，如果没发现就完蛋了。我还要打掉了1个，还被人坏掉，那蒙特尔莫把他击杀掉。
这边发现在放 C4 了。
哇，这个枪法有点失误，目前来打到 Kent 在开动，但是 Hydra 这个位置，如果哇4号没有打掉，那现在很危险了。Kent 打掉了 Hydra， 目前来到一个3打3，再换掉了一个，目前来到一个3打2，但是血量有点不足哦，2打2。那 BY 则帐篷下都被占据了下来，这时候很考验枪法，托亚打掉第一，哇被打掉 Kent， 托亚有没有完成这个1打1这个残局？
哦，他还没有意识到，
他应该有听到的声音，因为他跑出来很大声，托亚已经完全掌握到他的位置了。但是
反而日本队不知道
曾经号称枪男的托亚，哇，完蛋了，这个应该是会直接被拆掉。本身你撞到的话，我们看防守方几乎都是配 O1 哦。他这个下来看一眼啊 ，USP 的长距离优势是很有机会直接打掉人。哦，他这个一眼看到了3个人哦。
哦，这个
有机会。好，今天打掉了1个 ，Kent 又补了过来，4号还补了过来。哇，这个歹徒
还这边还有个，
我真的觉得他真的是台湾之友啊。哇，日本队这次犯下2个大失误哦，都 TK。哇，4号跟 GD 也收下最后2道。第一局优势掌握下来，是否可以多守2个 Echo Run？ 哇 ，A 里这个 Rush 蒙托一个人守在 A 蛋里，但是其实雾茫茫一片，有点白，打掉了1个，还不错，有办法杀第2个。哇，这个第2个就被换掉，不过没有关系，回防的队员只要枪法有发挥的话，哇 ，C4 被安置了。
对啊，这个。
但是日本队很聪明，把距离拉得很远哦。拉得远的好处是因为我完全不怕你吃，但是日本队这个时候往 A 连接点往前压了，托亚只是卡在最左边的角落。
日本队已经有发现到对方是一个 Echo Run 了。
对，这个他竟然没有收，哇，这个托亚，哎呀，
这个有点大意，但
好可惜打掉1个，还有机会用 WE 选手是没有血量的，但是没有关系，没有打掉，但是 Kent 说中路的小 M 摸过来，
这个台湾队会变得很轻松。
对，像下一局来说的话，你2500进去顶多就是我。半配，我可能丢 AK 出来，让有防弹衣的拿，然后我克拉克可能就是去拉一个枪线，让后面有枪有防弹衣的做一个补枪。
很不足。
好，那现在 Hydra 是拿狙枪，准备要摸一个 A 里的动作。好，摸点，他这个架点还不错，但是哇，我很担心金绿守地道哦。哇，远距离的拖来又被 Hydra 给打掉了。哇 ，AD 你真的要守好啊！这个 A 哇，中路好，你现在地道推了过去。哇 ，AD 他们已经托亚跟 AD 已经听到了 A 点，做一个进攻，4号有办法先打第1个，打得不错，第1支、第2支一架打了2个，在1个换2个情况下，托亚从 AD 回来 ，Kent 又打了1个，目前4打2，哇，又换了1个，目前3打1，非常有优势。
哇，但是打屁股也是直接被带走了。
哇，这个利用烟雾弹能不能射准？我真的要射准。
2016CSO 世界大赛即将在12月3号、4号开打啦！今天我和莎拉难得放下打打杀杀的恩怨，就是要号召热情的台湾人一起为参加大赛选手加油！ 你看莎拉多么兴奋啊！好的，好的，那我们就出发拍摄民众加油应援的影片吧，棒棒。20164月10世界大赛，Go Go Go！ 加油！干巴嘞！耶！
印尼队加油，semangat！
加油！加油！快点！加油！ 2016 CSO 世界大赛，欢迎！加油！加油！加油！加油！干巴嘞！加油！加油！加油！快点！加油！加油！
안녕하세요. 저희는 이번에 국가대표로 선발된 크레이지팀입니다.
그 기대를 부응할 수 있는 샷을 보여주고 오도록 하겠습니다.
大家好，大家好，今年的明年感谢所有战斗机，我们要为国争光。我係講 CF 話，你講先CF，我係講姐妹，加油！
我们是 BO 体战队，BO 体战队的同胞是从不放弃，永阵地，我们在台湾等你。
Hai, kami dari tim Fred. Kami mewakili Indonesia dalam ajang Counter Strike Online World Championship 2016 di Taipei. Jangan lupa dukung kami.
常赛的会，相信今年办在台湾，我们一定可以一番拿下一个好成绩，为国争光。我们可以。
GD 也是准备在往 A 里做一个到 Ken 的先行击杀一个，两个打掉了 A 的两个防守方准备从 A 里做一个进攻。那目前地道还有人，他小心 Hydra 这个位置，在地道口左边有没有收？好，有收到，还好。因为刚刚其实在地道这个位置，如果没有收掉，很容易对。好，那这局是依然是一个 A 里的准备一个进攻，但是节奏偏快哦。但是日本队的4名防守方全部都在 A 炸点，哇，这个是一个大怪招哦。但是。 感觉对台湾队来说有一点小劣势的感觉，哇，掉了那么多枪，来到一个1打2，哇，最后被翻盘了。其实我觉得这一局来往一个 S 通，是俗称的我们算中路网可以夹逼的一个位置哦。然后是所谓的阁楼下，那目前的 S 通目前没有遇到人，但是里面其实埋藏的一个守方，但是目前他主站这个 I 通这个位置在守中路，好打掉第一个，好知道有2个，那这个枪法有点失误被 GD 给打掉了。 不过没关系，因为日本队本身回防的话可以协防的比较快，因为他们的重心防守本身就是一个偏 B 点，这个打法应该不会有太大的效果。哇，我们现在看到了日本队的地道推了2个，哇，中路的4号先行击杀来到一个1换1。目前 GD 也是从中路连接，准备要往中路移动吗？没有，他们拉回来准备要打一个中路，但是日本队的地道还有2名防守方，如果这个时候贸然进 A 点，会非常非常危险呐。
对，
哇，这个打 A 点糟糕了。
选择要收 A 点的人、啊，
对，因为地道就有人 GD 不知道有没有发现，如果没发现就完蛋了。我还要打掉了一个，还被 H 坏掉，那蒙特尔有没有把他击杀掉？
这边发现在放 C4 了，
哇，这个枪法有点失误，目前来打到 Kent 在开动，但是 Hydra 这个位置，如果哇4号没有打掉，那现在很危险了。Kent 打掉了 Hydra， 目前来到一个3打3，再换掉了一个，目前来到一个3打2，但是血量有点不足哦，2打2。那 BY 则帐篷下都被占据了下来，这时候很考验枪法，突然打掉第一。 哇，被打掉 Kent， 突然有办法完成这个1打1这个残局。
哦，他还没有意识到，
他应该有听到的声音，因为他跑出来很大声，突然已经完全掌握到他的位置了。但是
反而日本队不知道
曾经号称枪男的拖牙，哇，完蛋了，这个应该是会直接被拆掉。本身你撞到的话，我们看防守方几乎都是配 O1 哦， 他这个下来看一眼啊 ，USP 的长距优势是很有机会直接打掉人。哦，他这个一眼看到了3个人哦。
哦，这个
有机会，好，今天打掉了一个 ，Kent 又补了过来，4号也补了过来，哇，这个歹徒
还这边还有个 DK，
我真的觉得他真的是台湾之友啊！哇，日本队这次犯下2个大失误哦，都 TK， 哇，4号跟 GD 也收下最后2道，第一局优势掌握下来，是否可以多守2个 Echo Run？ 哇 ，Ali 这个 Rush 蒙托一个人守在 A 蛋里，但是其实雾茫茫一片，有点白，打掉了一个，还不错，有办法杀第2个，哇，这个第2个就被换掉，不过没有关系。回防的队员只要枪法有发挥的话，哇 ，C4 被安置了。
对啊，这个被。
但是日本队很聪明，把距离拉得很远哦。拉得远的好处是因为我完全。
you can dream about it or you go out and make it happen.
someday. Let's go.
欢迎回到2016世界手球队武力世界大赛暨游戏举止嘉年华的现场。那我们待会来进行的是这个香港对场的是日本队，那请这个赛评稍微介绍一下。
那其实我从这边手边资料看到，其实我们日本队其实相当强，因为他们在2014年、15年一路陆陆续续在日本。
The guy to watch today on Japan is
那香港队这边
Net Hydro.
他们有2、3名选手，其实在绝对武力这一系列的游戏，其实都代表香港参加过非常多的国际赛。那2队的实力都不容小觑。对，没错。对，但是在这个部分，接受的部分呢，可能还是要看这几天他们比赛的状况，因为毕竟不同的选手、不同的队伍磨合出来。
对，而且像香港的比赛其实很吃
广受话同学帮我来
那像我们那香港，我记得这个日本队在打比赛预赛的时候，其实是第8位是相对而且他们就是说团体这个事情，
我们吗？
攻守两方的这个，不管是节奏也好，他的战术也好，
Are we live? We said we're live. You just said we started. The guy just told me that we're live. We're live. We started, so.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are back now with our match between Zerdrake and 9CM. My name is Benjamin Breaker Novotny, and joining me is going to be
Nate.
That's right, Nate Dog TW.
Sorry about this. A little bit loud in here. So.
Yes, it is. It makes it a little bit difficult to keep track of what's going on, and we have a few technical difficulties to deal with, but nothing that a whole lot of action coming from between Zerdrake and 9CM cannot interrupt. Excuse me. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be a best of 3 between both sides. Is that right? Or is it a best of 1?
This is best of 1 still.
Oh my. All right. Well,
whoever wins this game is going to go up against Oman Taiwan. So, and then whoever wins that match is going to go into the quarterfinals. Again, player again that we want to look at on the Zerdrake side is Net Hydra. Of course, he's already been taken out, but round 1 goes to 9CM. No, I'm sorry. They just put that up incorrectly. Zerdrake took that round.
All right. And that is now going to make a very interesting game for us to watch, at least. I think the question now is more, how do we see Zerdrake march to victory in this round as opposed to maybe seeing 9CM fight their way back. But it would be very interesting to see them pull a complete turnaround on this round. We see, of course, 5 Nighthawks, 50 cals. And I imagine they would have, at the very least, Kevlar vests to go with those. To face off against AK-47s. The Deagle per shot does more damage than the AK-47. It's just that the AK-47 is higher rapid fire and is more accurate shot after shot after shot than the Deagle. So here it is. I mean, it's looking gradually more and more dreadful for 9CM as they try to retake. In fact, going like not even corner popping, but rather just turning the corner and crouching. Oh, it's going to get himself a double kill. But of course, that's not enough to win them the round.
So we see Zerdrake is taking command. Net Hydra again is one of the players to watch. He's got 2 frags already. Looking at the Hong Kong side, it looks like only Pohart's the only one that's on the map. He's got 3 frags there, so we have to see how this pans out. If 9CM cannot break the momentum that Zerdrek currently has, and if Zerdrek can keep this, this could very well be, I guess, a stomp, right? We could definitely possible that we could see Zerdrek just stomp 9CM. So they need to take action and take some rounds away if they want to stay in.
That's right, but as we see Zerdrek, if Zerdrek gets closer and closer to 5 wins, then that window of opportunity becomes less and less viable for Zerdrek. Dust 2 is typically, like I said before, a slightly terrorist-sided map. They do have the lead in that regards, and the real issue that I need to bring to light is the fact that although we see Hong Kong now, aka 9CM, with weaker firepower, it's not always going to be this every single round. Net Hydra's going to find that opening frag on a CKF. Now, turning the corner, it'll be Hazy greeting them with his Deagle. He's only got 7 HP left on his person after taking a little bit of walling damage. Bell's going to start with his teammate, well, rather finish where his teammate starts. 2 players come in through the trades. One is friendly fire, but I'm pretty sure JP Net's going to get forgiven by his teammate after that.
It looks it's going to looks like it's going to be very difficult for 9CM to regain this. I have a feeling that this is going to be Zerdrek dominating on this map.
I mean, that's right.
I mean, look at the frags, right? I mean, we've got Hohart with 4, but everybody on the Zerdrek side has at least 1 frag. So it's going to be, I think, very difficult for 9CM to catch up. Maybe the 5th or 6th round, once they start getting the losing bonus and get enough money, we might see 9CM take it back, but it's going to be difficult, I think.
But I mean, to put this into a logical perspective, we have to also examine the situation and think, wait, what was that? Was that sorry. So, putting this into logic, though, this is the first rifle round coming in for the counter-terrorist side, and they have to make this one count. Maybe they can, and that's why we can see that Zerdrek is waiting till about 50 seconds to get their execute onto short. It's going to be CKF waiting there with a Clarion, aka the Famas, but oh no, are they going to push him on top of that box? If they do, that's actually against the rules if he gets boosted onto the box, but they're not going to do that. They're actually making a 3-man stack, trying to get it. That is CKF's taken down. Net Hydra and his teammates get stacked up there, and there's going to be Tatuo taken down now. Ziki. It may look a little bit cutesy to some of you back at home who may have seen this for perhaps the first time, but this is not the first time it's been seen or witnessed in competitive play. This happens quite frequently in Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
That was very well done, I think, by Zerdrek. Stacking on top and then using that to have the side advantage and just taking out their opponents.
Indeed. So, here we are now. It's going to be me and Howard as the last 2 players on their team. I think this is doable, but it's extremely difficult. But now that I look at the clock at the top of our screen, I just know it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
I mean, survival, I think they'll be happy to get away with. We'll be seeing Ming and Pollard dropping their weapons and perhaps picking up variants for themselves or their teammates.
And they were willing to take the bomb plant win, so they got the detonation win. And they didn't even think about really going and looking for Hong Kong. They're in this to win. They want to get the rounds under their belt.
Oh man, that's a very, very dirty cake right there. Shot right down suicide, and that is going to be JP Net Hydra owning League's face. And that's basically, that puts them 5-4 up, getting Hazy manages to bring it back to 4 versus 4. With Qwerty's head getting put on his rifle.
That was a nice kill by Net Hydra. Again, he's on the AWP.
It's going to be in at bomb site B. It's going to be Pollard taken down there. Vel's going to get away with a double kill.
No, it looks like he dropped the AWP. Oh no, he still has it.
Yeah, he should still have it. He's just switching to the clock to check those corners and such. Vel says, guys, we got bomb site B. It's taking so long. There we go. Finally, we get the plan coming in. CKF almost loads him, been caught out. And It's 4-0 in favor of Drake. Serve Drake, and I have a feeling we're not going to be here much longer than 11 more rounds.
I don't think so. Right. I mean, looking at the frags, finally last round Hazy got a frag, CKF got a frag, but the momentum that Drake has right now, it's going to be very difficult. Again, with Net Hydra on that AWP, we saw last round he just took Hazy out immediately. So we're going to see more of that. I think it's just they're very comfortable right now, and I think they're just going to take it to them all the way.
I mean, CKF there, he's out of this game. He got pwned by Cordy, and that's just going to make things like a much more steep defense coming in from them. And I believe this is a full purchase coming in from Hong Kong. Could even be forced by. We'd probably be seeing Ming there with glass cannon build. Hazy, he's waiting at the double short, reads them with a headshot, but it's not enough to take down Veil. For those of you who maybe new to the game, the M4, the Veil is a headshot on a target that has a helmet, does only 86 damage, doesn't finish the target. Ming is going to get one refrag in the process, and he's trying his best to hold his ground.
Sweet. Yeah.
Tiki now poking up. It's going to be forward, shutting him down.
Ming's got the AWP. It's going to be difficult for him to do a 4-on-1 with the AWP.
This is all shattered dreams is what it is right now. I mean, what I look at with both of these countries is I look at, say for example, the talent pool of players. How many players have the free time, are actually afforded the free time by their lifestyles to play this much Counter-Strike? You know? It's a very real realization that we have to come to right now.
Do you think at this point, we're 6 rounds in already, so 9CM is getting the...
Oh my god, the defense. Amazing, but it's going to be refragged on the Hazy. Up 2 frags. No, this is 4 versus 2, but they don't quite have those weapons in their hands just yet. That is to say, the counter-terrorist side. We still don't have them with the AK-47s that would drop those very valuable and viable weapons coming from the terrorist side are not in the hands of the CTs. And now we see Purdy and Tatuo just not baiting necessarily the double doors in the window, but just readily spraying onto it. CKF is the last man standing now. That's going to be Cordy. Just, you know, it was cleanup. It was really nasty, but those last 2 terrorists, they were playing for...
That round was close. It looked like 9CM could have possibly taken it in, but not able to.
I think they rushed it a little bit too much. They should have listened more for the sound that was going on site, on position, and told themselves, this is what we should do and this is how we should do it. They could have split up and gone in through the tunnel entrance as well, hit them from 3 different sides, the double doors, the window, and the tunnel at the same time. They didn't do it.
There we see a repeat of the previous kill. Net Hydra has taken out Ming right at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, it's like those guys have some kind of a rivalry going, or Ming just likes to duel with the AWP player.
Net Hydra is just amazing on that AWP though. And I think that gives... I think that when he's on that AWP, that gives the rest of his team the confidence to go in and do it because they know that he's got their backs and they know he's going to have a high impact on them. They can go in and probe and find out the location of the other team, and then he can come in and back them up.
Right.
I mean, time and time again, he's the player to watch this match.
Go hard against the world. Yeah, I think he was shot in the head through a wall before he took down Net Hydra, but he took him down. And this is, 3 players on Sir Drake's side are now literally over $9,000.
Yeah, that economic lead is going to give them, even if they lose this next round, they can still catch up on the round after that.
If they lose 2 rounds in a row, they can drop their teammates' weapons. They have enough money to do that. Like you see, Gordy there, he's got enough to buy 3 AK-47s and a suit of body armor. So. Next round, if we see that Japan would lose this one, then we'd see Val spend all of his money on AKs and armor and stuff. And then the next round, we would see potentially full-blown drops coming from Tatuo and his teammate, Cordy. And that's enough.
There's just not enough frags coming out. The talent on 9CM is very concentrated in 2 players, Hazy and Ohart.
climactic here. Wheezy going to be taking 1, 2. He's taken down. And but Tattoo and Bell are there for the refrags. It's back to 2 versus 2. Am I reading this right? How did that happen? At any rate, Ming is going to be going around long A with his teammate Pohard. They're going to be tag teaming it in for the retake. Might actually be viable. He could probably catch Bailout here. That Hydra was actually caught. He was taken down by a headshot and center mass, and this is going to be the first win on the board for Hong Kong.
So Pohart and Ming were able to pull it off. Let's see, they've got enough time to defuse, so they'll get to defuse as well.
Yeah, and they should be salvaging that AWP to add complement to that victory. But also, it should be made known that we haven't really identified who the strongest op player is on this team. No, I mean,
we
like,
don't know who that is.
This is literally only the second time that we've seen Hong Kong playing in this tournament.
Yep. Again, looking at the equipment loadout, Hong Kong's equipment is well behind that of Zerdrake's, even after that win. So they're going to have.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to have to capitalize on that last win and keep the wins coming in. We're already at 8. We're already in the 9th round here, actually the 10th round here, and if 9CM doesn't take at least 6 or 7 wins these rounds, then they're going to have a very hard time when they switch over to the terrorist side.
And it's worth noting at this point, basically, the differences between the Clarion and the M4. You want the M4 and you want the M4 simply based on the fact that it has more bullets and it uses. I think it does a different amount of damage in Global Offensive, but I'm not sure about CSO. That Hydra is going to get the opening frag of Pohard. He's the high impact player for Hong Kong. And now it's 3 versus 5. Are we going to be seeing Hong Kong playing for the retake or salvaging their weapons? If they salvage the weapons now, they simply have to buy 2 for their teammates. And
we might see that since Hazy's on the AWP, but and
missed the second shot onto Tattoo, and he got taken down as a result. Now it's all on Ziki. He's going to try and hold on to that Thomas.
It's going to be very difficult for ZKI. I don't think he's. We haven't seen the depth of skill on ZKI for him to be able to pull it off. Possibly if it was Pohart, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen.
I mean, 1 round to 9 now. It's essentially all the race against time, I feel, before this is basically turned on its head. Zerdrake is, we could see, I've seen weird things before, but I've never seen this happen before. I would like to see a full-blown turnaround coming in from 9CM when they switch on to the terrorist side.
Yeah. They still have a chance. This is the 11th round, so they could still pull, 5 more points? Or no, not 5. Yeah, 5 more points.
That's going to be Vel and Weezy taking down Pohart and Ming respectively. Or rather, the other way around respectively. I just got it mixed up. But they're still looking for that entry. They can't quite find it. For the retake, maybe they'll be playing for it. They don't really have that much to save in the way of weaponry. They did purchase armor on some of these players. Ziki, however, is just going in with the USP, just default setup, and no purchases whatsoever. That would be visible.
It's an economy round for 9CM. Yes. You've got a Desert Eagle and Vale decided to end that. So here we go again. It's CKF and
he tried to catch someone for what we call exit fragging. That means he's trying to catch them on the way out when they're not looking in his direction, so he can kill them from steal them. And then, just in the nick of time, the round would end, and he would be alive going into the following round with an AK-47.
So we see that they've spent some money now. Got some, I believe it's 3 M4s and 2 Clarions.
Yeah, looks like that. I see 1 Clarion. 2 Maverick M4s and
3 Clarions.
Yes, it is. Oh my, the lineup. I'd say Wheezy and Tato are both very happy to make that. Immediately, it's just Ming against the world. He's bringing up his weight. He's becoming the higher impact player for his team, but there's only 1 round on the board. It's going to be hard to justify this kind of
That's mission impossible.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Excuse me.
So we're looking at 11-1. 9CM has not done what they've needed, so when we do see the switch, they're going to have to win every single round.
Right. We have gotten off to a bit of a late start today. This is actually our second match, and that was actually supposed to be completed from 12:30 to 2 o'clock today, and that just didn't come together. We might be tempted to rush into our Group B match between Korea's Crazy and China's Old Drivers, but I'm still not entirely sure about what the status is of that match. Players will, of course, need time to set up and get ready to go. Of course, stage production and all the things that we had planned for that will have to come in line as well.
Well, based on the schedule, it looks like after this round, the winner of this round is going to go up against Old Man Taiwan. If it is Zerdrake, which it looks like it's going to be Zerdrake, what we have to realize is if there's not very much time between the switch, Zerdrake is already warmed up. They're ready to go, and they'll have the momentum. So that's going to put Old Man Taiwan in a little bit of a disadvantage because they're going to have to set up and just kind of jump in cold. And Zerdrake has already pumped. They've already, come in and dominated, and they're going to be ready to take the next round. I think if Zerdrake takes this, it's going to be very difficult for Old Man Taiwan. And I think we may see today, Zerdrake qualifying for that quarterfinal berth. So.
I thought maybe for a minute, I wasn't paying attention to the screen, you guys caught me, but I think maybe for a minute what happened there was Net Hydra had pulled off a collateral, and for those of you who don't know what that is, it basically means 2 people killed by 1 bullet from an AWP. It is possible in CS 1.6, but it's very seldom seen compared to Counter-Strike Global Offensive or its predecessor, Counter-Strike Source, because hitbox models in that game are much, much larger. And even CSO, me and Nathan have discovered there are some hitbox issues this game. That's good now. 2 for 1 in the exchange, and Japan's happy to go positive in the trades. Bombs planted at bomb site B, and I'd say that Zerdrake is actually making a lot of good plays. Typically, in the majority of professional matches, we see teams going for A because there's more angles of approach to A. With B, there's typically only 2 choices that you can go with to execute. That is, 1, throw a smoke up mid and then hope it dives in front of spawn and then go in to go CT spawn in tunnels 2B, or just go in straight through the tunnels, which is what they're doing. The latter of the 2 strategies is a little bit more divulged in reflexes than it is technique.
So we're changing teams now. 14-1. This is going to be very difficult. But we may see a switch. The first pistol round. This first pistol round is going to probably dictate what is going to happen. If Hong Kong, if Hong Kong CM can take it, then they could maybe, pull out and win. But I think it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, time will tell, but trying to find words for this. The sad reality of it is Zerdrake has just moved into the side where they will have the firepower advantage on the pistol round, and that is the Counter-Strike. Actually, the firepower advantage. They're in the counter-terrorist side, and they have the USP going into this, and they've already taken the pistol round. This is forced buy coming out of Team Hong Kong.
1 more round, and then this will go to Zerdrake. So,
yeah,
this is 9CM's last stand. This is their last chance to get a win and to get the momentum to keep winning. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's a possibility, not the way of the land, or the law of the land. But that's still one hell of a climb they have to make back into overtime, and that's going to be Nit Hydra getting a double kill. And Kohard says, "I'm not going to take it, bro. I got a deagle." He says, "I have a deagle. What do you have?"
Yep.
And he hits the shot through the wall, but of course.
Kohard, of course, very low health here.
Wheezy.
And Wheezy takes him out, so we've got ZKI left, and this is a mission impossible.
That was a nice little boost there coming in from the teammate, and that's it. That's 16-1. It was a little bit anticlimactic, ladies and gentlemen, but that's just how the cookie crumbles at some point in time. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, we did see yesterday. We did see the same thing occur when 9CM played against Python. We saw a similar thing happen. They kind of got steamrolled a little bit as well. So what we saw today, Zerdrake yesterday when they played against today's earlier win Indonesia, that was a very long drawn out battle. You know, that took many rounds, and they finally succumbed. I believe it was at the very end, right? It was 15-15, and it came down to that last round.
Right.
And they were able to. The other team was able to secure it. Famous was able to secure that. But in this case, we see again another very one-sided match, and maybe what we saw yesterday was the two highest skill teams playing each other, getting to that point. And now what we're seeing is as these teams get into the quarterfinals, they're the ones that are making those plays, getting in there, owning the maps, getting the momentum, winning the economy, and just obliterating their opponents.
So, I mean, this has been just an exciting match. Well, this one was a little bit anticlimactic, but I think what we're about to see up next will definitely be worthy of some. Certainly. We didn't see amazing performance with Duke yesterday, but we have to give them the benefit of the doubt, and that is Nuke is a very one-sided affair map. It is.
Yep.
It is. We've seen that, right?
Right. So we'll see. Not quite sure what the next matchup is. So we'll be, as soon as we come back from this break, we will be able to let you know, and then we can comment on that and give you our impressions. But I do heavily favor Zerdrake when they get to their next match.
We'll be back as soon as possible. Folks, don't go away.
抽出好我们的这个幸运的观众，可以得到我们的 DD 邀约电竞所带给大家的 Challenger。刚才。 对不对？好，那么呢，这个等等，就是 OK， 他们 OK，Yes，OK， 好，那么呢，现在我们要请我们的这2位的队长来帮我们这个来帮我们来猜一下到底谁会是攻方，谁会是守方。So it's the same that later you have to scissors, paper, stone back to back. So if you win this part, then you have a chance to guess. 我们的这个裁判呢，我们的 referee will just go through the coin, alright? So hat or 50, alright? So back to back together. Scissors, paper, stone. 2只都是剪刀 ，two scissors, paper, stone. 好，我们的这个台湾队这边队长出的是石头，这边是剪刀，我们由这个队长这边来猜。来，如果你猜对的话，就可以先选攻方或者守方。所以你刚猜的是，没关系，想一下。Really？ 你要猜人头看看我们会丢到什么来，我们猜的是人头，结果丢到的是50， 好 50。那么呢 ，so who guessed that right? But actually the answer is 50. So you have to choose. 你可以来选，再来 choose。守方是他们呢所选择的就是呢第3有守方，那么这边我们就是攻就是 attacker。好的，那么呢现在我们请我们这个2队的队长，现在请回到我们的这个森林路里面，好不好？好的，来，谢谢2位的队长。好。好的，那么呢，来再告诉现场的这些嘉宾，在我们 setting 的这个同时，来，我这边有这个礼物呢，要送给大家。好，那么呢，这个，好，那么等一下呢，这个 setting 好的时候也一样让我们知道一下。我现在呢有这个虚宝要送给现场的嘉宾，来，虚宝送给现场的嘉宾。那么，有没有在玩这个游戏的，请举手看一下。这时候大家都醒了，是不是？好的，那我等一下呢 setting 好之后呢，虚宝这边帮我准备一下好吗？这个等一下呢，在 setting 好之后，马上激烈的这个战事都要开打了。那么在我们刚才的台湾的这个队长跟我们日本队长的感觉都蛮有信心的，而且我们台湾队长都蛮谨慎连我们的猜拳他都会仔细的考虑一下。好，那么呢，来再次的跟大家说了，我们现在呢这个阶段，我们的赢家预测我们赢家预测箱，那么呢仍然在我们的台上，所以如果你还没有投的，还没有投掷的，等一下我们要来抽出我们赢家预测的奖项。好的，那么现场的所有嘉宾们还有没有想要把虚宝带回家的，请举手啊！是啊。好，所以呢，现场的嘉宾今天真的非常的开心，可以邀请到大家呢来到我们的这个2016 CSOWC， 对不对？今天来到这边，有没有觉得其实蛮难得的？有这个机会可以跟我们的这个国际型的选手一起呢，来这个看一下、观战一下我们的这个国际赛事。那么我们绝对武力的世界冠军现在呢，在舞台上马上呢就热要 PK 的，到底会是最终赢家会是谁呢？现在我要来送虚宝给大家，想要的朋友请举手看一下。那你们可不可以大声告诉我咯？今天我们的这个呢对战的这个游戏名称叫做什么呀？好，这样子 CSO 对不对所以呢，来绝对武力，因为今天我们是有许多来自于国外的嘉宾，所以我们今天就有 CSO， 哪里大声我就送到哪里的玩家喽，好不好？赶快秀出你对我们绝对武力的热情，好吗？我需要一个 tempo， 大家 cue 我一下好不好？今天人很多，还有我们场外的朋友，所以呢这样子给我一个 tempo。 CSO，在哪边？这边的话呢？CSO，好了，哪边的朋友没有拿到？中间后面的朋友，你们在哪里？渴了是不是？突然吸入太多的氧气了。好，来，赶快拿一下。还有后面的朋友在哪里？在这里，这边的朋友。还好，我们的后面比较热情，后面的朋友。你知道为什么要给他吗？他跟我在那块烧香了，今天还 OK， 真的，你怎么这么暴力？好，那你要跟我说什么？哦，CSO 是不是？啊，你今天可以拿虚法吗？当然可以啊，对不对？只要有支持我们。
Oscar Novotny. Alongside me is none other than the one, the only Nate Dog TW. Now, we're about to dive into our next match between
Sir Drake and Old Man Taiwan.
That's right. And this is going to determine who's going to be our second quarterfinalist. The map is going to be Nuke. This is the pistol round. We're going to have Taiwan team, Old Man, on the terrorist side. And we're going to be having Zerdrake on the counter-terror side. We already see 2 USP purchases coming out of the Old Man side of things. They don't want any deagles, given that they can be quite hefty expenses, and I believe they're just giving these directly to their top drivers. Wise decision to be made, and this is going to be, it's very difficult to get rounds on the terror side. As you can see, Tatsuo is actually shutting that prospect down for the terror side very early on. And Kandinsky, I believe he was one of the players who had a USB, and well, they're having difficulty returning frags, although they do get some damage done. It's just not enough, and that's going to be Vel getting himself a triple kill. Nicely done from our Japanese juggernauts.
Zerdrake, of course, being that they are the counter-terrorists, they have to capitalize on this. They have to win, if they can, every single match, because when you switch over to be the terrorist, you are at a severe map disadvantage. And as we've seen with this map, if they don't shut it down when they have the advantage as being the counter-terrorist, that gives the other team the opportunity during the switch to take over the match.
Here we are, firepower advantage being added to a defender's advantage, a natural defender's advantage that the counter-terrorist side has on this map. We've got nothing but blocks coming in from the Old Man Taiwan side of things because they don't have that bomb plan from the previous round, and therefore they simply do not have the power to upgrade their pistols, finding Kevlar to go with it, anything else of that nature. Adding to that, they're going to be facing off against Maverick M4s and 4 Clarions to complement that, also better known as the FAMAS. And in that regards, I think we're going to see a lot of damage. It's already apparent. You see explosive grenades landing on these players. Tatsuo, he's making himself a kill.
Again, the player to look at on the Old Man side is Kandinsky.
That was good, though. That was good. If he could pick up that Clarion and save him for the next round, that would be great. But they would lose a ton of money with that, and that's going to be Wheezy very nicely baiting out that weapon pickup on Fakery. He's not going to be able to capitalize on the Clarion. However, it will be, I believe it was Cordy who got the revenge frag on his teammate.
Yep.
Yes, so...
Again, Kandinsky we've seen is a very good player, so he may be able to pull this off. It's very difficult, but it's going to be hard.
Sorry, it wasn't.
And they also have the map advantage. And I think that they're going to be able to capitalize on that and make sure that this round goes to them so that they can make it to the quarterfinals. What do you think?
I think you are right in some of that regards. They've definitely come in warmed up. They also have that multiplied by the fact that they are on the defender's advantage. Already making a triple. He's not down now yet. It's going to be Net Hydra, however, shutting down the prospect for a quad and thus an ace.
And we got 2 frags here on the Old Man side. If they can continue to, if they can stop, not losing, but if they can make more frags, even if they lose rounds, that'll help their economy. And it can help them maybe on the 4th or 5th, this is the 4th round, maybe the 5th or 6th round, once they have enough money to get the equipment they need, to try to steal a few rounds before they switch over.
That fires through. I think that's actually intended to hit whoever's camping on Heaven. Net Hydra took a lot of damage from that wide spray through the wall. Now, that might have offset them a little bit. So, Old Man, I put them, like, I would say if we had two teams that are evenly matched and both sides had rifles on this map, I would say perhaps 1 in 3 of those rounds where the terrorist side has rifles is a round where you see the terrorists win their rifle round. I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, but it's going to be Realman making that opening frag, and the second one to complement that, Sanki taking that gun. Dinsky is going to make this a positive trade, however it's 4 versus 2 in favor of the terrorist side. And with that being said, Old Man has the hegemony to push in and plant. They will do so and back off for the time being.
They may be able to pull this off. And if they can take this round from them, then it's a good start. They can keep taking rounds. That gives them the chance to win this matchup. Again, I still heavily favor Zerdrake in this matchup, but I could be proven wrong. So Weezy is the last one left. He's takes out Realman. It's 2-on-1 Weezy, again taken down by Fake Way.
Yeah, I definitely think that was very well done by both sides, but of course Old Man holds on to the end. This turns out to be only a marginally profitable round for them, economically speaking, but they didn't get the just marginally speaking, marginally profitable victory for the terrorist side. Sorry.
Again, it's critical for them to win the next one because they've lost that bonus, which while it wasn't much, it was still something.
This is a critical round for both sides because, of course, we see rifles coming out from the Japanese team as well, and this means the team that loses this round could be economically reset, but we see more money in the banks of the terrorist side, that is to say Old Man, than that of the counter-terrorists. So they've got a little bit more leeway to work with going into the next round, but what is leeway when you're on terrorist side on speed?
Taiwan has an opportunity here, but it's going to be very difficult for them to take this.
I mean, this is the man advantage, and the entry utilities have just been tossed into bomb site A by the counter-terrorist side. It's going to be QWERTY putting fakery to sleep. They're going to be spraying through the little cabin, but that's about it. Now they have to check the vents.
QWERTY's got 3 kills this round.
Dizzy displaying testicles of titanium right now, going in very calmly. He's going to spray down 2 of them. Gets it done. He finds the 3rd, but he can't stop it. He does! Oh my God! He shuts it down!
Yeah. Well done by Dizzy.
Very nicely done.
Very well done. So,
real quick, a plug-in for all of this tournament sponsors and broadcast partners. We want to thank Nexon as well as Gamania for hosting this, and let's also not forget ESR for organizing this. For our sponsors, we'd like to thank D-Racer, MSI, TT Esports, ViewSonic, and Red Bull, as well as a ton of other broadcast partners that are illegible to me at this moment.
So we're going into round 6, 3-2. Again, Old Man, if they can keep this win streak up, when they switch over, then they can take this. We may see overtime this match. It's very possible. Now, Old Man's got 5 AK-47s. And it looks like Zerdrake is running an economy round.
Absolutely.
They're running Desert Eagles, 2 Desert Eagles, and then the stock hand gun.
You're learning quickly now. You really are, Nathan. You are learning quickly. So, that being said, if they should lose this round, then that would
you
make
can see they're saving up money. Right. So they're waiting for the next round. If they win this round, it's a bonus.
More or less, yeah. Looks like, I mean, they had the man advantage, but now it's back to 3-3 and Fakery and Realman. Oh, wait. Realman, he says, hey, man, save some for me. And he puts one in his head and says, hey, you took too many of them. Got too greedy, I want some.
They got that friendly fire kill there.
Yeah.
Realman taking out Fakeway, which gives Zerdrake the opportunity. It gives them the opportunity to capitalize on it. And
that one.
They're taking it. 2-on-1 now.
Yeah, but there's an undeniable law of Counter-Strike, and that
Very well done.
Real Mint is simply unstoppable at getting. He got away with at least 3 frags there, I think.
Yeah.
I saw the names on the left-hand side of the screen, killing and such. But it's worth noting that
Realman had the AK-47, so he did have the weapon advantage. And that, I think, is what helped him to take those last 2 opponents out. Again, this round will be much different than the previous one because Zerdrake has spent their money. They're now well equipped and they're ready to take this momentum away from Old Man so that they can take control of the map.
Sonky was just now spraying into heaven. I'm not sure if he did anything there. But it's also the fact of the matter that when it was in that 2 versus 1 situation, one of the players with the Deagle did not have any armor to supplement that. So the fact of the matter is you can't win the aim battle if, like, you have to hope your opponent at that range just has absolutely terrible aim.
You have to hope there's potato aim.
Well, yeah. Basically, what happens there is when you are getting shot at center mass, it will knock your aim away if you don't have armor. So, I mean, it was an unfortunate law of Counter-Strike there that basically took him out. And they didn't tackle him at the same time from both angles, so that's what gave him the power to defend. Now here we are back in whoa. Nice leg up. 7. Give the Japanese team already 2 for 3 in the exchange. Fakery carrying his way. But these guys saying we're still full of venom.
Right, if Zerdrake takes this round, we may see Net Hydra by the AWP next round. That is his favorite weapon. Unfortunately, since they've lost these 3 rounds, they don't have the money, right? And once they get that money and they get Net Hydra on that weapon, it may become a runaway for Zerdrake. And they've taken this round, so let's see what they do.
I'm thinking it should be soft eco, upgraded pistols. Perhaps Desert Eagles will come into play for these teams, rather than the terrorist side.
The Net Hydra is with the M4, so there's no AWP, not enough money. And here we go. This is the 8th round. 4 versus 3 favoring Zerdrake.
That's right, and it's just going to be, looks like 2 Desert Eagles and 3 Glocks coming in from the terrorist side. Respectable choice, but it's just look at the damage they've been able to do with those weapons thus far. You can see Tattoo taking a nice chunk. I'd say Real Mint there was sprayed through a wall and hit by 1 bullet, not more.
Tattoo has taken quite a bit of damage, as well as Wheezy.
And none of these players from the terrorist side should have armor, none of them at all, because they're all above $2,000. In order to buy a Deagle and armor, if you're spending at least 1,300 tops. Cordy's going to come out and pop Dizzy, put him to sleep. Didn't feel a thing. Made sure of it.
This Net Hydra taking out Sonky. And now it's down to 4 versus 1. Fakeway by himself with a pistol. Does he have anything else? It does not look like it.
And that's what's going to make it very difficult for him to stay alive in this situation, let alone take a weapon and save it to the end of the round. He has money, so if he could just save a weapon, he could actually buy Kevlar, but that's not going to be the case here at all. Rifles, of course, cost bare minimum $2,000 on the terrorist side. If you can get away with a counter-terrorist weapon or a rifle of any sort, then buy armor the next round, you're good to go. You don't have to spend more than $1,000, $1,500 on it.
And we've got 5 versus 3 as they go into this round. Again, Net Hydra's still not on his favorite weapon, so we may not see that until they switch to the counter-terrorist side. The economy is just not helping. They have to win this round. If they win this round, then Net Hydra can buy the AWP. If we see him bust out that AWP, it is definitely going to be a runaway match. He cannot die here. He needs to stay alive. He does get the kill on Fakeway. So now they have to just make sure to get the last 3. We may see a bomb plant here soon by Team Old Man.
The thing is, Old Man here, they're 1 leg down in the exchange. They've already lost one of their players, so that means if they want to make this round count with AK-47s, they have to wait very, very patiently and maybe even the law of the land is, for the counter-terrorist side, they don't have to pop out, therefore they don't need to. So you could say in some ways Wheezy there is being more aggressive than he should be and could result in very big risk. He does get a follow-up kill. 2 for 2, that brings him back to 3 versus 3. Net Hydra is actually very low on HP right now, so he gets sneezed on. He's out of it. QWERTY gets Realman out of this. It's 2 versus 3, and those are very low HP targets. Kandinsky's alive. Vel's going to be coming in from the cabin here, but he's taken down by Dizzy. All this is left on QWERTY, and now they've got to get the bomb planted, but they have 11 seconds, and they're just as one shot as the last counter-terrorist. What is going to happen here? Bombs planted. There will be an attempted retake from QWERTY. He's coming in from outside right now, aiming for the hut. Can't quite hit anything. Pre-firing every single corner that he can. Revealing his position. With that being said, even though it's a suppressed weapon, he's revealing he does take one down, but that is going to be Kandinsky there for the refrag, and
3 kills that round for Kandinsky. So we see him. We saw him yesterday, right? He was the star player. He was the one getting the most frags yesterday. So maybe it just took some time for him to warm up, and we'll see him come up. Again, another economy round, it looks like, from Zerdrake.
I mean, that's because counter-terrorist weapons are very expensive. For a full buy in the counter-terrorist side, if you're buying an M4, you would need $5,600. On the terrorist side, however, the number drops down to $4,500. So that's an $1,100 difference.
Oh, but I just noticed Net Hydra is on the AWP, and he gets that first kill on Fakeway. So this gives them some tactical, while the rest of the team may not be well on, this does give them some tactical advantage here.
Right, and actually this is a scenario that's seen somewhat commonly in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It's more so than we've seen in this tournament, that much is for sure. But Realman's going to get a refrag onto Wheezy. Net Hydra's going to justify
Net Hydra, there it is, 3 kills for Net Hydra.
Last player standing is going to be Kandinsky, but he's got the carry pants on. He's shown up for this game. Is he going to be able to make it happen? He walls his way to victory against QWERTY. He's only got 10 HP. His position's revealed, and that's Net Hydra sealing the deal with a quad and a win for Zerdrake.
Like I mentioned earlier, you give Net Hydra that AWP, and it's all over, because that guy, he doesn't miss.
Yes. The only other frag went to Tattoo on Zerdrake's roster.
So we may start seeing Zerdrake get into their groove. Again, this is the 11th round, so we have another 4 rounds before they switch.
Right, and one thing we have to mention right now is, before we see a runaway scenario with Zerdrake, Old Man has essentially already reached the threshold number of rounds that they want to have on terrorist side before switching into the counter-terrorist side.
Right, it's going to be very difficult for Zerdrake to switch over and then try to dominate as the terrorist.
Let's not forget Korea versus Indonesia yesterday. That one on this very same map is the one that ended in 16-14, nearly went to overtime when the Indonesians pulled that magic rabbit out of their Wheezy's going to get that opening frag. Sonki's going to get Wheezy in return. Vel is going to find Kandinsky outside, so the executor's kind of been counter-executed.
Net Hydra.
There he is. Showing up again.
Taking out Sonky.
Even dispersion of frags across the counter-terrorist side on this round. And
not enough from Dizzy's handgun to take out his target.
Valiant effort. These days, when you have a Glock going up against a fully armored target, you would almost never see the Glock win.
We had a lot of things going against him. His positioning was not very good.
Didn't have armor. Yeah.
Didn't have armor. Zerdrake tactically was in a better position because they had more players, and they were just waiting for him to come out. He really had no choice. He had nothing to lose. So he comes out shooting. Maybe he gets a frag and loses his stock handgun. Yeah. So it's not a big loss for him.
Right. So as this pans out, we do have a buy round. The idea of Defender AK, the gap is going to be an easy, only, I guess you could say, less than effective choice of firepower coming in from the terrorist side, and it's for this is still an expensive win for the counter-terrorist side. They lose money on this. What's 4 times 5,600, Nathan?
4 times 5,600 is going to be
22,400.
Yeah, 22,000.
Do you know how much the counter-terrorist got for that win?
No, not quite sure.
About $18,000. So they're about $4,400 in the hole.
They have enough. But one of the critical things too is that Net Hydra did not die. He still has his AWP. So tactically, Zerdrake is still intact.
Net Hydra as well. The thing is, that's what makes this such a dynamic game. We can see Net Hydra in a situation that needs it. He could drop 2 M4s for his teammates for exactly $6,200.
Yeah.
But it's probably not the case this time. Yes, the players were all able to adequately rebuy.
They're watching Dizzy being very cautious here. They know that Net Hydra's on that AWP. They know that Zerdrake has an advantage here, and so they know they have to be careful.
Rail gets lit up there.
Oh, and here's the run. Oh.
He's getting away with a double kill and a half. And then he's going to get, oh my god, the quad!
Another quad from Zerdrake.
Oh man.
I'm telling you, this team, once they get in a position where they can have the tactics, they dominate. And you got look at Net Hydra. I mean, he gets that AWP. You can't look at his frags because before he got the AWP, he wasn't getting kills. He's got that AWP now, and he's getting those kills. He's shutting down the enemy team, and this is a very tactical Zerdrake that we're seeing. And Old Man, that last play we saw from Old Man was just that was a rush, and it was a mistake.
This is a rush onto bomb site A through Squeaky and Hut, and they're guarding it from both main entrance, which is the garage door entrance, if you will. Sankey's going to stop Wheezy from playing from heaven.
We may see Old Man take this round.
Here's just some spam going through that door right there.
Zerdrake is chunked, and Vale takes out Dizzy.
Well, he's coming in for a retake. Cordy's going to get one, but it's going to be Vale stuck. Oh my god. I don't think there's any defusing that bomb. But is there any survival for the terrorists? Are they all
That rush bomb plant was put enough pressure on Zerdrake for them to come out of their normal strategy, and that gave Old Man the opportunity to take that round. And now Net Hydra is on an M4, so
I'd say that Old Man is now in a very solid position. If they can get 6 rounds on the board, it's almost, like this may sound absurd, but it's almost a assured victory if they take the pistol round.
Correct.
See if they can do it. They're already taking a bunch of heat, and both sides are going with full buys in the final round of the first half.
Zerdrake needs this round.
Fakey's going for it. Wheezy is coming through, getting a refrag. Heaven, it's going to be Wheezy taken down by Kandinsky. Tatsuo is going to find Dizzy on the outside, I believe that was. And now they've yet to get the plant going.
It's going to put pressure on Zerdrake to come in. So right now, this is looking very good for Old Man.
Catches him, backs away wisely. 3 versus 2. 1 versus 3, and that's going to be the retake. This is victory assured to Zerdrake. Takes a respectable number of 10 rounds in the first half, while Old Man get away with 5. That's where the comeback starts, though, on the pistol.
If Old Man takes this pistol round, we may see a runaway.
If they can't, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
At least for the first few rounds, we can see it drag out. Maybe Zerdrake could get away with as many as 13 rounds before we see the rifle round come into play for Old Man.
So this is the 16th round, first round with Zerdrake as the terrorist. And they've got Net Hydra with the bomb. So this is the first pistol round. Kandinsky's got a respectable 16 frags.
Absolutely right.
So let's see how this pans out. Again, we see the problem with this map is that when you're the terrorist and you come out of your spawn spot, you're in a very condensed position. You're in a very narrow corridor. It makes it much easier for the counter-terrorists to take you out. And here we're seeing they've already chunked Tatul, Net Hydra, Wheezy, Vale. Everybody on that team has been touched except for Purdy. So it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything. And Taiwan Old Man knows this. They know they need this round to take control and to win this game. And there's Net Hydra. Is that a headshot?
Yeah, it was with Deagle, and then he makes it count on the entry. It's going to be Cordy taking it in positive frag territory of 4 versus 3 now for Zerdrake.
And here we go with the plant.
Yeah, very quick plant. It's going to be Landinsky bringing it back to 3-4. Then it's, oh my god, Sonky is bringing it back to positive. He gets himself a double kill. And now they're on the retake. It's 2 versus 1, although just barely with Sonky alive. He might want to play Worm on the hook in this regards. He's going for the defuse. He's been caught,
well
but
done.
at the same time, he's...
Is there time? There's plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time for the defuse here. This is guaranteed for Old Man. It was a little bit, I would say wonky. It wasn't a one-sided affair, but they definitely did what they had to get the win on this. Now, the subsequent 2 rounds, I'm not going to say are guaranteed victory for Old Man, considering Zer Drake has already gotten away with the plant. They have a choice to make. Do they go with upgraded pistols, or do they...
See, they're going, again, Zer Drake's going in. This is an economy round for them. They know this round is probably a loss. They're going to go in, see what they can do. Look at him throwing his gun out. He knows they're just messing around.
Right. So now they're doing a strategy. They're employing a strategy that's meant to get them a bomb plant. I believe they purchased maybe a couple of fragmentation grenades. That's it.
Big chunk of health off of Ned Hydra. And we see 4 Clarions and a KM submachine gun. Have we seen that this tournament?
Yes, we have. That's actually the MP5.
Okay.
Yeah. So
very rare to see that come out.
Yeah, I mean, typically you'd see that all the time in CSGO, considering SMP kills reward 16 kills a kill, but that's going to be Dizzy and Infinity holding their ground at ramp very well, and Cordy just hit the wall with his first. It doesn't matter as he didn't manage to get the plant, but he did manage to get 1 refrag. That's basically 2 players that died on Old Man, and that's a significant chunk of money that is no longer at their disposal.
So we see money being spent here by the Japanese team Zer Drake. So this is the round where they planning to see if they can take this momentum back. It's 10-7 in favor of Zer Drake, but Zer Drake is at a tactical disadvantage playing as a terrorist. Do you think that they can take this round?
Potentially. I mean, they have a firepower advantage over the CT side right now. Tatuel and Cordy both walling the same location to find, I think, Realman's head. The important thing here is the fact that they've got AK-47s, and we see Dizzy and Sanki with only pharmacists.
It's an excellent use of wall bangs by Zer Drake coming out of spawn. I mean, they just came out and they just knew where they were at and just wall banged them.
Well, this is a very seldom seen scenario indeed. We're talking about the terror side taking things back after the 3rd round, but if they're able to get a grip on this 2nd half, there is bombs planted, 1 versus 3, but let's not leave Kandinsky out of this. He's the top fragger.
They are trying to cover all the points.
He's confusing the hell out of them with these wall bangs. That's what's happening here. He's only got 2 clips, so I don't think he's going to spend too much more of that ammo on the wall.
The clock is clicking down.
I don't think he actually knows how close he is to lighting these kids up.
I don't think so either. I don't think he knows that they're all that low. So he's not going to risk it, I don't think.
Right. No,
and they're going back to their spawn.
If they had the Warcraft 3 mods installed to the server, it would be a completely different story. No, Warcraft 3 mods, those were absolutely sick. You can do things like teleport your player around in CS, seriously. And then you could choose to play undead, and then you'd have vampiric bullets, so they'd heal you over time.
So I believe this is actually 11-7 for Zer Drake. I don't know why they haven't updated the score.
That is right. The observers should fix that relatively soon.
We're going into round, this is actually round 19.
Yeah, this is round 19 and scores 11 for Zer Drake. Trading for the Taiwan side of things. The majority of them simply have pistols on their person, but they somehow managed to get a couple of rifles in their hands now that Zer Drake is down by 1 player.
Japan again coming through with those wall bangs. If Zer Drake seems to have this ESP, this extra sensory perception, and they know how to get those wall bangs to get those kills. We're down 2-1. We may see a bomb plant here soon. 47 seconds on the clock. No plant yet. Party taking out. Oh no, that was the previous kill.
Cordy taking the team positive in terms of the manpower advantage. But Dizzy, he's at ramp right now, and he's been taken down. He spots them rotating towards bomb site B, but that's going to leave all the pressure on Realman in a 2 versus 1 against two teams, or excuse me, 2 players that have rather fantastic weapons going up against him. I think he's going to wait for both of them. That's it. Yeah.
Oh!
He was trying this James Bond style and it just didn't work out. So it should be Sir Drake at 12 rounds. Our observer is not corrected.
12 rounds. I don't know why that they haven't updated it. That should be 12 rounds. I don't know why that hasn't been updated.
So,
I'm not sure why our Chinese commentators, they should know. I'm not sure why they haven't mentioned anything.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get them to update
what's
that.
going to happen, it's going to be so awkward when the players step out of their booths and then everyone's like, wait a minute, why is this only 14 rounds? We should have won already. So at this point in the game, we do see a positive trade in favor of the terrorist side. Sir Drake doing what they can, but Dizzy carrying this team. He's going to get a double kill, nicely done. Wheezy's coming in, and he's going to have a different say with the affair. Just has to defuse now, nicely done by Fake Wee.
He's got plenty of time to do the defuse.
Oh my god.
We have the overlay, so I'm pretty sure that this is 7-12. We're trying to see if we could, there it is.
It's fixed.
6 fixed. So now this is 8-12 because Old Man took that round.
Good. It would be very awkward if they stepped out and said, wait guys, why are you stepping out?
Yeah.
You only won 14.
Correct.
Or you only won 15. So that kind of
all right, so Old Man took the next round, and the last round.
Yes.
So, again, they do have the advantage as the counter-terror. Zerdrake needs 4 more rounds to win this. But I don't think that Old Man is going to go down that easily. Got 4 AK-47s on the Zerdrake side, and Sonky gets a kill on QWERTY.
That's absolutely right as well.
See if we can get this, see if they can pull this through.
5 versus 4. Kandinsky bringing it to 5 versus 3. Basically a solid hold coming in from the CT side of the and that's just Kandinsky adding a little bit of insult to injury. You have to remember, folks, what happened here is Sir Drake got a heavy winning spree and then
that wall bang right there. Took him out. Well done.
Wall bang. That's a paycheck round for Old Man team. They're very happy to make that. And if you see them lose this round, you just add 1,400 to everything you've got here, and then that's basically what they can buy going into the next round. So that being said, they're in solid shape right now because you see Zerdrake at a bigger economic deficit.
And Zerdrake again, and we see another economy round coming out of Zerdrake.
Yeah, and Old Man's got the defender's advantage. But any number of rounds that can be stringed together on terrorist side is definitely worth valuing.
Right.
If not, you're basically stuck waiting until this odd rifle round comes along and then you get what you're looking for. And that is a round victory. Kandinsky opening up. Realman going to get a follow-up. This is second. Realman second to his name. I'm going to share that with Kandinsky.
Kandinsky is just on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, 27 frags. He's warmed up and he's in his element.
Probably a couple of diffuses in there with that as well. It's also worth noting that, I mean, basically in plays like that, the goal is to get to one bomb site or another, and it's the reason why it's so difficult, so CT-sided, is because bomb site A is right next to bomb site B via the vents or the ramp, and both of those areas are usually eagerly fortified or fortifiable or retakeable with such ease that it becomes so chaotic. Typically in favor of the team that has the superior firepower, which like 3 times out of 5 is always counter-terrorist side, like right here.
2 for 3. QWERTY and Net Hydra. Let's see if they can pull this off.
Right.
QWERTY's taken quite a bit of damage though.
3 versus 2. I'd say, there's a slight chance here for Zerdrake. It's not big.
Net Hydra chunks Sonky.
Yeah.
And he very, very prudently steps away. He says, I got what I could and I'm going to step away.
Yeah. Doesn't want to bite off more than he can chew.
There you go. Net Hydra, I believe, is trying to flank.
QWERTY's trying to.
Yeah, nope. Nerdy, Net Hydra just went around and, yep.
Net Hydra,
so here we go, it's a 2-on-2. QWERTY and Net Hydra are both low.
This might be a doable round, 35 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's very doable. And there it is.
He's got the last laugh. I'm sorry, it was actually 1 versus 2 there. It's just that Sonki happened to be 1 HP and I wasn't reading the menu that well.
So we're getting close to a tie. Of course, it's really not a tie because if Oldman is 12 to Zerdrake's 12, if they take this round, it's really not a tie because their advantage on this map is so huge. You could actually even say you could add another 6 rounds to that to really give them their score. If they get to 12-12, this very well much could mean the end of Zerdrake's run.
And that's a nice spray. Realman and Kandinsky Realman getting the opening frag there. But these guys definitely, well, Kandinsky's doing his job at the ramp. He's going to be spraying through smoke and getting 2 frags. Now this
You do notice Kandinsky is very aggressive when he knows they're on an economy round.
Right.
He goes in there and he just cleans them up. Get Net Hydra with the Desert Eagle. See, he's just kind of hanging out. Oh, not enough.
Yeah, just getting the finishing blow. This is where, like I said, this is counter terrorist defender's advantage on this map. It really kicks in.
Yes, it sure does.
The reason Counter-Strike Global Offensive, however, Nuke was actually removed from the matchmaking map playlist because it was simply far too one-sided. And then they reintroduced it under a different version, and it seems to be playable. Actually, balance issues seem to be non-existent. So
Fake Way's taking quite a bit of damage.
right.
Again, that's Zerdrake doing the wall bangs.
Right. So it seems like in the Counter-Strike Online version of this, you've got to take advantage of wall bangs.
Wall bangs are critical.
Yes.
And a lot of what we've seen from Zerdrake is they have a tendency to know where the enemy is when the match first starts, and they take advantage of that. And they chunk the enemy team. Here they're just hanging out. They're not pushing for a plant yet.
What they're doing is they're making a very careful approach because in this peculiar round they've got a lot of money invested into it. It's also the turning point for them. They don't want to attack an angle that they have no chance of at least getting a pick off of. 40 seconds remain, and this is where the pressure really starts to build if you're on the Zerdrake side. Because if you simply don't plant and you've got one member of your team alive, you get no points. But as I say that, we see Tatsuo bringing in the positive traits. It's going to be Net Hydra shutting down Kandinsky on the rotate, and Tatsuo is going to get himself a third. Valley's been shut down by Dizzy, and it's 1 against 3 now. 18 seconds remaining, bomb against me planted it. Speak of the devil, there it is. It's going to be QWERTY getting himself a double kill by the end of the round.
Zerdrake's got this round, so 3 more rounds and Zerdrake can win. We may see overtime. I don't know, what do you think?
I think you're right, Nathan. We could see that happen. I mean, marginally profitable round off the back of that last round. Not more than, say, $5,000 total to the terrorist economy. But at the end of the day, it has yet to...
See the grenades coming out? And Realman takes a massive amount of damage from that.
And it looks like this is a forced buy? No.
See Realman very low, Fake Way half health.
I thought it was a forced buy. No, it's okay, so right, Kandinsky, QWERTY trade, and that's going to be alerting his teammates to the location of the terrorists at ramp. It's going to be Tatsuo winning that through over Dizzy as he rotates. Net Hydra is going to take down Sonki on the flank, and now it's all on Realman. He is the last player standing in this game.
This is very dangerous for Realman.
1 versus 2, but if he scores headshots on both of those players, then, on either one of them, they're essentially done for.
But he may not know that they're that low.
I think he knows that they're in vents, or at least digging for vents right now.
But I mean, if you're a betting man, and I don't think he's a betting man, and his health is that low, he's going to be as careful as he possibly can.
Yes, he's going to find one. He just revealed his location, though.
Yep.
And
That being said, that's probably going to be Cordy going up to bomb site A. 27 seconds remain. He's in this position. What we have to see what Realman do is just calmly, carefully approach the bomb site and hope he's aiming in the right direction. Right. He just heard squeaking. He just heard the door open and squeaking, so that's definitely alerting him to his opponent's position. He's going to have to go up this ladder very, very slowly. Oh, he just revealed his location. He goes up with a flash. This is so good. Rolls it, but oh my God! Cordy says, "I'm not going to take it."
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Did you see that?
BM, disrespect.
Very disrespectful.
They have just glued victory to the ground for Zerdrick.
You see the disrespect though, coming in and emptying the clip on the dead body. I mean, he just is like, I got you.
This is mean, yo. You don't do that in tournament play.
Yeah. So here we go. I mean, I'm sure the energy levels in this booth are very high right now. Fakeway getting chunked again. Those wall bangs. Zerdrick taking advantage of those. Grenades coming in, and Purdy gets Realman.
Again, 5 AKs against 5 rifles from the counter-terror side, but Sonky is low HP and he's gone to bombs. He brings it to 3 versus 4, however, very quickly, despite that low HP and the disadvantage that he has. Kandinsky is going to be playing it out at long outside.
If this is a 4-on-3.
It is technically, yes. Although one player is very, very sneezable.
And Breezy takes him out.
Yeah. Fires through the wall, it's all he needs to do. Right spot. It's like, oh my goodness, there's not one scene from the movie I can think of, but I guess imagine having a paper ball and then shoving a bunch of toothpicks in it, and then there's just a mouse inside that's constantly trying to dodge those. Right.
Got this 2-on-2.
Now 2 versus 2, courtesy of Kandinsky. Vel's
got 1 health.
He's in luck right now. Oh my, that's clever. 2 HP. Alright, going to be going straight to onside B.
Yep.
Dizzy takes down net height. But Vale fakes it, and on 2 HP he gets the frag onto Dizzy. There was so much information that went Dizzy's way at that very moment in time, and it looks like now this is it. This is Zerdrick on match point. It's going to be a forced buy coming in from Old Man to take things into overtime, and it simply may not be enough. It's the first time, I might add, also that we have seen dominant performance by any team that is playing on the terror side of Nuke. So hats off to Zerdrick for making a positive ratio on the terror side.
Both teams playing very cautiously, probing with the wall bangs, see if they can get a reaction. Wheezy takes a bit of damage.
End score was 10-5 at the first half, right?
Yes.
So that means Old Man's got rid of 7 rounds right into this, but Zerdrick simply stringed together too many of these rounds, and they're playing this one out very carefully. Might be a little bit sweaty at the palms because this is, after all, one of the rounds that is going to take the teams closer to that cash prize. We haven't mentioned it before on stream, but I think now would be a good time to do so. Third prize gets 5,000, second gets 10,000, and first prize team gets 25,000. That is in US dollars.
Kandinsky takes 2. Oh, there it is.
Amazing defense coming in from Old Man. The romance of the saviors. They say we are still alive.
Next round will be an economy round coming from Zerdrick, I believe.
Right.
Unless Purdy decides to spend some money, and he's getting the Desert Eagle.
They're also dropping the AK-47s and M4s as they would like to have them in their hands. Flashbangs coming in from the CT side, and that's basically to keep the terror side from poking their noses where they should.
It's very difficult for Zerdrick to pull this one off. They don't have wall bangs. They're all with pistols. They got one Desert Eagle. Or 2 Desert Eagles, I should say.
It's going to be Realman getting the opening frag.
Roman takes first blood. See, this is probably going to go in Old Man's favor, so we may see overtime.
just another paycheck round for Old Man. The only way economy comes into play is if they don't lose. So they can win rounds with only one player left on the board, but they cannot take a loss. They cannot accept a loss, because that's when they're thoroughly eliminated. And this is the final round of the entire game before we determine whether or not there will be an overtime match. Should be max buys coming in from Zerdrake's side. It's going to be AK-47s, perhaps complemented with Kevlar without helmets. But Sanki there takes 23 falling damage.
Yeah.
Taipei is waiting for an overzealous step in the wrong direction.
Zerdrake has to win this round if they want to win. Otherwise, we're going into overtime. And I'm pretty sure this is going to go into overtime.
It could, if we see overtime, it could take us into double overtime. It really could.
Yeah, very possible.
As it stands right now, we simply have a little bit of time on our hands before this game gets underway, but 50 seconds remain, and a move has to be made ASAP. Kandinsky's going to get the opening frag there. And that's more firepower coming in. Penetrating metal surfaces, impacting Bell. Tattoo's going to get a return frag. Very low HP on some of those T's, but now it's 4 versus 3.
3-3?
Realman, I believe so. Bomb planted, 1 versus 3. This is going to take a miracle defense by Net Hydra, but they're going to know immediately where he is simply by the process of elimination of where he is not. It's going to be Dizzy, taking down Bell at 1 HP, and that's going to take us into overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Taiwan Old Man playing this out excruciatingly well. You can see the crowd is excited to see a little bit of hope left in this tournament for the Taiwanese team. Now, what does this mean? This means that in overtime, this particular scenario, we will be seeing $10,000 US go to each team, and then it will go into a best of 6. In the best of 6 thereafter, we will have to see one team take 4 rounds.
Right.
And if we see it end in 3-3, if we see the score end 3-3, then we will see it extended into double overtime. And that could be a very practical scenario on this map since it is very...
Now, one question I do have is if they go into overtime, which team is counter-terrorist and which team is terrorist? Because just now, it was Zerdrake ended as terrorist. When they go into overtime, do they do another switch, or is there some kind of randomization that occurs?
I think it's determined by the team that they end, the side that they ended on. Otherwise, it could just be determined by a quick coin flip or something like that. It's just, very...
And during overtime, there is a switch after the first 3 matches. So it's really...
I mean, the way
it's a little bit of an advantage to come on as the counter-terrorist.
The way other tournament organizers determine this via Counter-Strike Global Offensive is actually just it's built into the server.
Right.
It's automatic. And what happens is the sides will not rotate. So in this scenario, I'm leaning towards saying that Zerdrake is going to stay on terrorist side, and then we'll be seeing Old Man stay on counter-terrorist side, and then after 3 rounds, they will switch.
Right. It's very exciting here, going again into overtime. It's not the first time that Zerdrake's been into overtime, so it'll be interesting to see how this pans out.
It's also not the first time that Old Man's been into overtime either, but this is the second time that they're going to be going into overtime against each other.
Right. So we'll have to see how this pans
These guys
out.
are neck and neck, you know?
Very close, very close.
Clash of the Titans is what it is.
Again, these guys are fighting for a place as a quarterfinalist.
Right.
Whichever team loses this one is eliminated, so there's a lot on the line here.
And they're going to be giving it their best shot because, again, for those of you who may just now be tuning in, this is a $40,000 total prize per tournament. That would be $25,000 to the first prize team. That's $5,000 per person. Second prize is going to get away with $10K, and then we're going to see 5Gs go to place number 3 in this tournament. That being said, we're taking a little bit of time to determine what is going on, and yes, it looks like both team captains are actually on the main stage as I am looking at the television monitor, and there it is. We're using rock, paper, scissors to determine who's going to take the attacker's side. Okay,
So they play paper, rock, scissors, and whoever wins the paper, rock, scissors is the person that gets to decide heads or tails on the coin flip.
That's right, and I believe Zerdrake, the team from Japan, won the rock, paper, scissors. Now they're going to be calling it for heads or tails.
看看到底是握人头。好，那么现在请日本队队长，你们要决定在这一局要选的是玩家签。
Okay, so if I heard correctly, alright, so that means the Japanese team is going to choose defender's advantage, defender's side, which is counter-terrorists. Our hostess on stage, as you can see there, is speaking Mandarin, and I'm able to adequately understand it. So let's just stand by and wait for us to get into that next match. Again, very important to thank our sponsors on social media, so maybe go ahead and go to their Facebook fan pages, their Twitter pages, Instagram, if that applies, and see what is up and say, hey guys, thank you for supporting this tournament, and so on and so forth. Develop a relationship with the sponsors. They are, once again, Red Bull, TT Esports, MSI, D-Racer, and it's also going to be Gamania, Nexon, and the ESR for organizing this tournament. So, here we are now.
We're not quite sure how long the break is. It could be just that they're setting it up.
Yeah.
It's kind of exciting to see. We didn't see Zerdrake take control the way they should have. They should have started off and they should have just taken, I believe they let Old Man take 5 rounds off of them. And that was 1 round too many. Because we saw them get up to 15 and then they stalled. So it's very tactical because each round that they play, win or lose, is going to determine the momentum that each side has, and it's going to determine the economy of each side. So that being on the counter-terrorist side is a definite advantage. And we have the match is getting ready to start again, and of course Zerdrake is counter-terrorist.
And don't forget, guys, both sides in the event of overtime will spawn with $10,000 US in their banks, and I do believe, yes, you can see for the CT side it's actually very expensive. It costs them $54.80 to get a full buy into this game. It looks like. So for the terror side, it's going to cost them $24.40 to get a full buy into this game, if I'm reading the numbers correctly. Is my math off? Like 55.16 out of 10,000 is $44.40?
Yep.
So I mean, like, you're not going to $45.
So again, Weezy's taking quite a bit of damage here. This is kind of critical for Zerdrake because they have to win every match as the counter-terrorist side. If they lose any matches as the counter-terrorist side, that gives a big window of opportunity for Old Man to just dominate them when they take that position over.
Right, and Taiwan's going to take this very slowly. That's Net Hydra getting the opening frag on a fakery, and he's probably, I wouldn't be surprised, I can't see inside the booth at all, but I would not be surprised to see him face-palming at this point because there's just that much pressure on the teams at this point. I'm not entirely sure, but the players that, rather the teams that don't make it through today's tournament, I'm not sure if they're thoroughly eliminated, are they?
I think the only team that's not eliminated was the first team that played, which was Python. They'll get another chance to play against the winner of the next group match, which is going to be Korea Crazy versus Old Boot China. But if Zerdrake or Old Man loses, they will be eliminated from the tournament.
CTs are playing for the retake now as the terrorists are going to play it down, and that is going to be Sanki and Kandinsky going for defense and doing quite nicely at it. Looks like they just walling through this. You can hear the defuse going through. It's a fake, and that's going to mean Gordy's able to take down one, but this is going to be a nice ult coming in from Old Man. They went in with the manpower disadvantage. They actually managed to pull off the win.
Actually, let me rephrase that. I'm looking at the brackets again. Whichever team loses this match is going to play the loser of the next group. So they still have an opportunity to get a quarterfinal berth. So then in the next match, we're going to have this Korea Crazy versus Old Boot. And in that group is also Python. So whoever wins from those group matches is going to have a berth in the quarterfinal. Whichever team loses in that group will play the loser of this match here. So both Zerdrake and Old Man still have an opportunity, but it would be better for them to just get the quarterfinal position right now.
So Blind Spray going in through that, and it's going to be Gordy who's actually very late after the end of that affair. Kandinsky's going to get the opening frag, be it as it may, onto Net Rider. Kandinsky's taken very low after revealing his position, and is finished off by Wheezy, starting that, I guess you could say, engagement.
One of the interesting things to note, though, is that when the economy on the overtime, because economies are equalized, right? They start out with 10,000 on each side. That gives Old Man the opportunity as a coward terrorist to buy the AK-47s. When they come out of that as a terrorist with those AK-47s, that disadvantage that they typically have on this map is pretty much eliminated, and they capitalized on that. So what we may be actually seeing here is that the Old Man really is the better team here.
We're kind of wondering, like right now, I'm actually wondering what exactly happened when the guys went back into the booth. No, that's just BM. Sanki wants to get back at it, you know? That's 2 rounds in a row. Is this actually eating away? I mean, Sir Drake, at this point in time, they're going to go in with a forced buy, and it's not going to be some, fantastic, amazing rifle. It's not even going to be a FAMAS or a Clarion. It's just going to be upgraded pistols complemented by a full suit of armor and whatever other utilities they have to go with that.
So this round, again, is an economy round. We got Desert Eagles, and that's it. Maybe armor, no helmet. So the wall bangs coming in from Drake, not making any dents anywhere. Kandinsky takes a chunk.
They're just gradually trying to set up those HEs and trying to get them connected to the right places. But, and they do actually. You see a bunch of damage being taken by Old Man. And this actually could be doable because if you shoot someone in the stomach on the deal and the person doesn't have armor, or is at the right distance, you can actually kill them with this level of HP. But I think the only one at that level right now is Sanki, but it's just not happening. 3-1, it's all on QWERTY, but that's going to be Taiwan winning 3 rounds in the first half of overtime. Can they get that 4th round in a row? Switching sides. Firepower advantage will go to Zertrade, but that'll be the defender's advantage by nature falling into the hands of Taiwan Old Man.
One thing to note is that there is no economy reset on the 4th round. So Japan is they basically lost it. Got 1 AK-47, a Desert Eagle. We've got an AK-47 and a Desert Eagle against 5 M4s. So this is going to be very difficult for Zerdrake to win this match. This round is pretty much Old Man's round.
I mean, as long as we see Old Man hold and hold correctly, they'll be fine. We already see them getting really lit up, Team Japan. Tatuo, very low HP. Just one more bullet and he will take it down just about, I think.
Pretty much finished for them.
Maybe. I wouldn't call them washed up or anything like that. They're waiting for...
Oh, Net Hydra is on the AWP.
Exactly. I mean, this is a passive approach they're going to take to offense, but the question is, can they find that pick? That is the quintessentially most important part. Now they're returning damage through wall shots, wall bangs rather, and fragmentation grenades. And it seems to be achieving its intended effect. Frag on Sanki. Like, here we were heavily in doubt, but it's actually going to be Net Hydra opening that up. Weezy getting himself a follow-up frag. He knows that nobody's in heaven. That was just an overextension that Sanki didn't need to make. He was checking what was happening outside, and once he popped out, that was abused, and now it looks like we are going to have just 1 round going to the terrorist side.
I think critical on that round, I believe, was them finally getting that AWP on Net Hydra. If he had not had that...
It's not like he didn't have it before. It's just that maybe he didn't want to go with it.
He was running the AK-47 before. So we'll have to see what they do here. We could see double overtime.
Potentially. I mean, that's only 1 round on the CT side, and we're going to have to see them get away with 2 more. Sorry, that's only 1 round on the terror side that we see Zerdrake getting away with an 2.
The Net Hydra has switched from the AWP to the AK-47.
Taiwan Old Man is taking a pretty, I'd say, a little bit of a beating to start things off. Grenade does connect with Dizzy.
We got Tatuo up, high position.
And now we're still waiting for the execute to come in from terrorist side of things. Now, what's very important is that we actually have Net Hydra. He could be running straight into the trap. He doesn't have the AWP on his person this time. I don't think he actually dropped it for a teammate. No, he didn't. He's actually, they're playing off of fooling the enemy team this time. So Realman, this, 50-50, there's a 50-50 chance that he's not going to come out of that ambush alive, even though he seems to be in the right position for it. We just see them inching their way into it, and it's indeed going to be Realman shutting down that Hydra. Is this the beginning of the end? We do see Sonky coming in, but it's a 2 return frag. Realman is going to be going for that third. Kandinsky begins to 4-1, and that's going to be Kandinsky sealing the deal as we see Taiwan Old Man advance to the semi-finals.
Quarterfinal.
Yes, congratulations to Taiwan Old Man. They're going to be, yes, quarterfinals, semi-finals, same diff. We started with 7 teams, and now we're going to be crowning the second of the 4 that will be going into that phase of the tournament. Next up, what is our next match, Nathan? We're going to be commentating on...
The next match is going to be Crazy, which is from Korea.
Up against China's
Old Drivers.
That's a very classy name, guys, you gotta admit. But that being said, this game should get underway ASAP, and I think, with that being said, this is a very back and forth affair, and this is the second time, like, the only time we've seen overtime between Taiwan Old Man and...
Yeah, so these teams, they scrapped for it.
Yeah.
Again, if Zerdrick lost 5 rounds when they were the counter-terrorists at the beginning, and if they had only lost 4 rounds, if they'd only given up 4 rounds, then they would have won. So it's very critical for them to really take advantage of that position. And I'm not sure exactly what happened or what the what broke apart on their team, because they were doing really well at some points, and we saw them when they went against the Hong Kong's 9CM. They just totally decimated them. And in this round, we see that Old Man Taiwan was not going to go down quietly, and they did it. They took it into overtime, and we actually got to see. And again, with the economies equalized, everybody with 10,000 NT. I mean, not NT. I should say $10,000. They came out of there. Old Man came out of the terrorist position with a win.
That's absolutely right, and I mean, it was back and forth all the way across the board. So many rounds were getting streamed together for Team Japan as that round developed, and it just, in the end, they just didn't have enough, and they're going to be playing against the loser or the winner of Korea, Crazy, or China Old Drivers. So with that being said, we're going to take things into a short break, and then we'll be back with our next match ASAP. Once again, that's Korea's Crazy versus China's Old Drivers. Don't go away.
0353-0353-0353. are coming back, and we're going to start off this new match with Crazy from Korea and Boot Old Drivers. And I'm not quite sure if you guys can hear us because they have the other announcers up pretty loud.
Right, they are basically drowning us out right now for the and at this point in time, I think we're just about ready to dive into this next game. I believe it's the third, possibly fourth game of the day we've had going. But before we do that, we'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. That would, of course, be TT Esports, ViewSonic, MSI, Team Racer, and Red Bull. For organizational and administrative purposes, we would like to especially thank Nexon, as well as Germania, and last but not least, ESR for pulling this tournament together and organizing everything for us. That being said, just go out to social media and thank all of those guys. It's very important for them to know that you highly appreciate their endorsement of this tournament.
Right. So let's start talking a little bit about this matchup. We saw Boot Old Drivers yesterday pretty much get stomped. To be fair, it was on Nuke, and they were on the disadvantaged side. So that maybe is not a good, it's not a good impression of what they actually are capable of.
Indeed. As you said, we did play on Nuke, and we're just about to dive into that first map, or excuse me, the next map between them, and we're being cued to do that, but for some strange reason, we haven't quite dived into that game just yet. Here we go. Speak of the devil. It's going to be on Nuke once again. This is probably not going to work out in favor of Boot Old Drivers. They're on terrorist side yet again, and they are not going to have the firepower advantage going into this.
And we can only hope that this first round maybe goes to Boot Old Drivers to give them a chance to see if they can get a win during this tournament.
Right, it's basically one of their best shots at taking this map, if they can get away with this pistol round. They've got 4 Glocks and a lot of utilities to accompany that. We're talking about HE grenades, flashes, and things of that nature. Asuka's going to get the opening frag with that USB. Picking himself up, gets a second as well, carrying his team into that bomb site. Can they continue it is the real question. We're going to see Double get a follow-up. Core Duck is going to get a refrag as well as Bach, but they have yet to make this a solid defense. It's still 3 versus 2. Very low HP on a couple of those Ts. They're at 1 shot at this stage of the game.
So here's their opportunity. They all have Jazz and Oscar, both low health. Doba, of course, is full health. This is their opportunity. It's 3 on 2. If they can get these kills, then they can maybe steal a few rounds so that when they do switch sides.
Here comes the flank. It's on Asuka. He's got away with a triple kill. Can he get the quad? He's being shot at. 16 seconds remain. He's spotted it, but he can't finish the job, and that's going to be Korea's Crazy just by a ring and a prayer. 50 HP on Bach, staying on top of the trades to get the win.
Again, so they were unable to take that first win, which means we probably have to wait until round 3 or 4 before Boot Old Drivers will have another opportunity, because they're going to need to save up their money. We see that Boot Old Drivers does not spend any money this round.
That's right.
So this is an economy round. They're saving their money for the next round.
And there's no plant to go down with it either, so that means they're not going to be able to skip to a rifle round on round 3 unless they get the plant on this round. That's going to be even more difficult than the previous round, simply given the amount of firepower that we see on the Crazy roster side of things. God gets a double kill, fires with the USP as well as a fragmentation grenade. Now God here actually hasn't purchased a rifle. Do you know why that is?
He may be saving up to get the AWP.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
It's not looking very good for Boot.
It's not a cheap weapon by any means, so every corner you can cut for the price is worth it. And check that out. Does Bach have a main weapon, a primary weapon, or is he stuck on the USB? He might just be.
Don't know where Double's at. There he is. He's up top.
So you add 3250 to everything that you see from Korea's God, and he will actually be able to afford that. This is a clean sweep, by the way, paycheck round for the Korean team. They will be able to afford that AWP should they.
No, he goes with an M4.
They did a little bit of juggling. They're passing the weapons amongst themselves. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we will see. Maybe we won't see an AWP, but I don't think. There it is. Bach picked it up and.
We're still waiting to see who's going to settle with that. There it is. It's going to be Bok. Bok got away with it.
Got Asuka sporting the Desert Eagle.
Then again, it could have just been he was going in this with armor. The thing is, as I mentioned before, it's extremely difficult to get a kill with the Glock and no armor on your body. This is, again, another paycheck round for the Korean team, it looks like. Dobo just has a lock on this person. Not going to be able to make much happen with that.
This may be a repeat of the match we saw yesterday, a runaway against Boodle drivers. And if they do lose, they will be eliminated from the tournament.
That's right. This is not going to be pretty for them by any means.
The Boodle drivers is now coming in with, I saw at least 3 AK-47s.
Indeed.
4 AK-47s.
5. Everyone is able to afford it. I mean, given that Dobo is the only one who's made it correct, it doesn't make too big of a difference. But the question is, can they get away with this one? Can they put it under their belt? And Bok is saying, nope, not going to be on.
It's interesting to note, you know, Duck, Kasu, Bok, God, 3+ kills, 4 kills. They're all getting kills across the board. We look at Boodle drivers. We only got Asuka and Dobo on the board. Right. So this is just going to be, I believe this is just going to be very difficult for Boodle drivers to do anything. Crazy's just dominating.
They do manage to make 2 refrags. It brings it back to 3 versus 3. HP is almost a null factor, but that's conditional. Boot-old drivers can win this if they get the first shot off on every opponent, and every shot is a headshot. Unless we, of course, are talking about Jazzy with the Magnum Sniper Rifle, aka the AWP, landing to a player's center mass. So that's Kasu, however. He defends. He's been spotted, though. He actually took down Jazzy with the AWP in his hand. That's pretty big. It's going to be sad getting one.
Guy trades half his health for a kill, 2 kills.
He only had 5 HP there, maybe even less.
Just take a look at the money here. Crazy's got quite a bit of money, and they're all... I wonder if Kasu's going to upgrade his weapon. It does not look like it. And Boodle drivers will be coming in with at least one AK-47.
Now, here we are, just moments away from discovering the fate of Boodle drivers. Well, that was nearly a collateral. That was actually one bullet that went through 2 players, but I believe one of them hit through a wall and in the leg. So that drastically reduced the damage. Kasu's going to get away with a double kill before he's gone, and that's going to be Jazzy getting the return frag. Scad is taken down, and now we see Boot-old drivers Blade. It's the last player standing on the map. Blade gets away with 1, but not much more than that.
And this is the 6th round, 5-0 for Korea. I mean, I should say Crazy from Korea.
Before purchases, 3 players are literally over $9,000 in the bank, but now it's only 2. Epic memes, hashtag epic memes, right?
So we have to see if Boot drivers can take a few rounds off of them. We may see this go up to 15-0, and then maybe Boot drivers will have an opportunity to turn it around.
Gets away with the opening frag.
Duck's got half health.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, like, you get a kill, you backpedal, and you call it a save. That's essentially what it is. You can use your half HP body to support another player at a later stage of the game, or just be the worm on the hook. But it looks like that's not going to be much of a Duck gets away with 2 kills before he's gone. Bok is going to push forward with a teammate, but they're dueling against an AWP, if I'm reading this correctly.
Looks like Asuka's got 4 frags, but he's down. 2 on 3, 1 on 4. I mean, 2 on 4, 1 on 4. Jazzy, last man standing.
Oh my God's going to be spraying.
Trying to wall bang.
Yeah. Maybe 1 or 2 of those bullets impacted, but not much. Oh boy, Jazzy, he's just getting chased down now. They're firing at, any possible location where he can. And he's been spotted. And he's basically surrounded at that point. I gotta say, the wall bangs in this game are just completely unreal compared to CSGO, or even in some ways 1.6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot, I think, for Boot to pull out of this rut. Again, they're getting that bonus loss money, so they're able to purchase the AK-47s each round.
Yeah.
Although Jazzy did we got 2 IDF defenders.
And let's not forget that, let's not forget that this is also, how do I put this? I just forgot what I was going to say.
Looks like Boot Old Drivers is trying a new tactic here.
I finally got it. Okay, so let's not forget that this is actually only the second time we've seen Crazy playing in today's tournament system, if I'm not mistaken. Yesterday they did lose to Indonesia, and that's why they got stuck in Group B today. And that's also why we are seeing them playing against the Chinese team.
2 to 4. 2 IDF defenders versus 4 M4s and a Magnum sniper. Bash gets a kill on Duck. Traded out by B-Box. Jazzy again, last man standing.
Yeah.
And he manages to get a kill on guard.
No, that was spraying on the Jazzy there, I'm pretty sure. And Scad actually was just shooting at it directly.
And we're here at round 8, 7-0 in favor of Crazy. What do you think Boot Old Drivers has to do to stop Crazy?
Boot Old Drivers.
They have to boot their own drivers.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, what are we talking about? I mean, they have.
Do you think it's possible they updated their drivers to new drivers, so now they're having issues? Is that the case?
I can't be entirely certain, but I think this is them. I don't know if they came into this with practice. I mean, really, they mainly play Counter-Strike Global Offensive these days. And Global Offensive is a completely different game from 1.6 or even CSO. So, I mean, just by physics of wall bangs and the nature of how grenades function, even the pistols and the way they wall bang sometimes.
Right. There we go. They got a kill on guard. Again, Aska's on the board with 5 kills. Jazzy with 4, Dobo with 1. Blade with a kill and Bash with 1 kill. And they've been eliminated again.
Indeed.
Crazy Korea is looking to get into the next step of the group stages so that they can secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
That is right as well, and Crazy has gone 8 rounds in a row against Boot Old Drivers, and Boot Old Drivers are exhausting their bank accounts, unable to achieve what they are trying to make their end goal, which is victory. And I mean, it's acceptable all the way until we see them reaching round 11, because that's when we see the point of no return.
Well, we see something different here now, because Asuka's on the AWP and B-Box takes him out.
Asuka's been taken down.
AWP versus AWP, and B-Box took him down. Very unfortunate for them.
I'm not saying it's dashed hopes by any means, but Asuka, he was the star player going into the pistol round, and it just seems like he's not able to pull that rabbit out of the hat, that magic, if you will. He's not able to bring it into round 9.
Boot Drivers here under a lot of pressure. Again, what you mentioned earlier is probably true. They're more used to playing CSGO. The dynamics are completely different. So, adjusting to this Korean team definitely plays CSO.
Yeah.
I know for a fact, because they've got the wall bangs down. They know the maps. I mean, they understand how to play the strategy well. And it's going to be very difficult for Boot Old Drivers to pull out of it. It's 8-0 now, and this downward spiral seems to just keep going down and down.
I mean, look at that smoke smile on his face. I mean, they're feeling very confident going into this. They're not letting up. You can see it on the players' expressions, facial expressions. They're ready to go into this. And look, we actually have some of these guys hitting the ceiling of income. Scad at $14,880. That means I think he might have spent some money on armor.
Well, you know, one of the interesting things that I'm noticing is Budo Drivers is not taking any economy rounds. They're just buying what they can buy every round.
That's because they're at max loss bonus. They're trying to just game battle their way through this. It's just not quite working to their advantage.
This is almost a flawless, but Asuka says no. Traded 1 for 1. That almost was a flawless victory there.
Yeah, we can see these guys. I don't know if they, we don't see an angry facial expression on any of these guys from China. We really don't. And they're doing their best to, I think, just pull something together.
Are we looking at the Boot Old Drivers here, or is this?
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the Korean team. Boot Old Drivers has their own uniforms, I believe.
That is not.
Yeah, they're probably not too happy right now.
I wonder if Crazy at this point is actually trying for a perfect. A flawless victory. We're watching Dobo, he's waiting.
Looks like they're just waiting for someone to overstep the smoke and then try and abuse that.
Dobo gets chunked, Jazzy gets chunked.
Excuse me.
Asuka gets chunked as well, so I mean this may very well be a flawless victory. Let's see if Crazy can pull it off.
Yeah, Asuka's going in there, just diving headfirst into the fray. He's getting sprayed on, maybe a little bit of friendly fire, but down to 4 HP. And that's going to be Scad and God and Kasu just tearing this team apart as they make the entry. So Jazzy is going to get 2 return frags, nicely done, but that revealed his position.
Another interesting to note is that if you look at Crazy's frags, they're pretty even across the board. Not anybody is coming out. I mean, this could just be an indication that every player on that team just they're just that much better players than every other player in the Boot Old Drivers team. I hate to see this happen to any team at this level of competition, though.
Right.
You have to wonder what's going through their minds at this point.
That is a good question now at this point in time. It's going to be Jazzy.
Jazzy takes out Kazu.
Yeah. He takes a huge chunk of damage there as well. And I mean, like this gives them a leg up. The question is, can they get away with this round now?
4 on 5. Members of Boot Old Drivers are chunked, and Duck gets taken down.
That is right. That is right.
Oh, Scad is chunked.
Oh man, nice Kobe there by Asuka. He was a basketball player in his former life. But he gets the opening shot on the blade.
2 on 3. This is probably the best position we've seen Boot Old Drivers in this match. Up to Dobo.
1 versus 3.
With the,
and that's all on Dobo, yeah. And he gets opt. The observer just moved at the right moment.
Look at Bebop. 16,000, 16,000, 15,000.
Right, they've lost nothing. They almost have no reason to buy anything except to give their teammates an easier time purchasing utilities. Now, I'm not joking. On Dust 2, on the terror side, I've seen teams with massive leads. On the final round of the first half, what they will do is they'll all purchase AWPs and then fire down mid, hoping to kill 1, maybe 2 guys as they cross over the bomb site. That was, of course, Fnatic in one day of ESL's Pro League. That's for CSGO.
We got Blade and Asuka down. Oh, 1 more kill, and this could be a flawless. It's up to Jazzy.
Absolutely right.
This could be a flawless victory.
I mean, Jazzy, he's got to have.
And there it is. That's a flawless victory for Crazy.
No
damage on their team.
It's the first time I've seen that in Counter-Strike or Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Now, you expect with wall bangs for them to at least get something on them, but there was nothing. Nothing touched them. Not even they didn't even get breathed on.
Right, now it looks like the entire team is purchasing Galils as well as some AK-47s.
And
I'm pretty sure I saw 5 Galils.
And you know Crazy's got helmets, body armor, every utility item that they could possibly need. Jazzy gets taken down, Blade gets taken down, B-Buck gets chunked significantly.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much to say here about the way this is going, but we've seen them, you know, make small comebacks when they are on the pistol side, but if I'm not mistaken, if they lose here, they're completely eliminated, aren't they?
That's correct. If Boot Old Drivers loses this match, they are eliminated from the tournament.
It's Scat and Duck making their stands, making their shots count.
Tobo with the defender is not going to have enough damage.
Well, that one actually turns out to be a little expensive for Crazy, but at the same time, they still generate profit off the back of it. This one round.
So we got one more round until the switch. So maybe Boot Old Drivers can shave one round off, but I don't think that's going to happen. It's terrible to see this happen to a team 2 days in a row.
I know, this isn't the Boot Old Drivers that I was expecting to see today, in today's tournament, rather. I mean, I thought they were going to come back reformed, but somehow Nuke made it through the banning phase. You know, I mean, it doesn't make sense, really. And I mean, we haven't seen them actually, it would have been a different story if maybe they got the counter-terrorist start, but that just wasn't the case.
Yeah, we got no damage on Crazy. They may be able to pull off another flawless here. God takes out Blade. And not going to happen. Oscar says no. Vash says no.
It's still 3 versus 1. I mean, we're just waiting for the clock to tick now. Vash, he's been spotted.
They know he's there.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't going to be from the front, it was going to be a flank from Bach, and Bach did in fact flank him.
And here we go, time to switch.
So this is probably where we look and see and think to ourselves, you know, how many rounds will Boot be able to get away with before we see Crazy Korea get away with the winning round? It's bad to look at it in that scope, but hey, there's still hope for these guys.
I would say it's possible, but I would give it a very low chance. I think Crazy right now, this round, they're just going to take it to them, and it's going to be the end for Boot Old Drivers.
Just never forget. NIP versus Liquid, Dust 2 DreamHack. That was perhaps the biggest professional comeback I'd ever seen by a European team against an NA team in a long, long time, but Europe is the world's strongest region for CSGO. So that was, in some ways, I wouldn't say entirely unexpected. Oh, big crack coming from Double, but he's very low. The Chinese caster is just saying, well, Double got the first frag. I think there may just be hope for them.
Let's see if they can keep it up. Oh, Box getting chunked.
Indeed. This is where things get awkward if you're on the terrorist side, because you don't have the firepower advantage. You go in, and that's actually going to be God getting one return frag and all of this.
God takes down Blade.
There's going to be a second one, but it's 3 versus 3. Low HP on a lot of the CTs right now, and is this going to be a 16-0? It looks like it could be, because we have 3 terrorists that are high in HP, but all of them are one-shottable. Those bullets have to connect with those melons if we want to see the CTs have a chance.
Let's see.
Jazzy's going to the ground defense, but he's cornered. He is.
Let's see what happens here. Dobo. And that's it.
It's unfortunate. But Crazy Korea gets away with 16-0 as the end score against Boot Old Drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benjamin Breaker Novotny, and accompanying me is going to be
Nate.
And I don't think there's a lot of analysis to give to this round. The closest round is perhaps the first pistol round? Would you agree?
Well, you know, it's difficult to start off as a terrorist on this map. And this is the second time that this has happened to Boot Old Driver. Let's be fair. And this is the second time it's happened to them. And if you're in that position, you have to shave 5 or 6 rounds off of the counter-terrorists in order to make it to the switch, right? So, unfortunately, they didn't get the first pistol round, and then the Crazy from Korea, they just decided, you know what, we're going to shut you down. And we saw that flawless victory.
Yeah.
I mean, they just took it to them. And it's terrible to see a team like this at this level of competition gets shut down completely.
I mean, yeah, you basically summarized it quite well. That's, that was perhaps the closest round we saw, the first pistol round. It kind of sucks that we didn't have a chance to see old drivers show up a little bit more at this tournament, and it's like Nuke is their kryptonite.
Yep.
As a map. They never had a chance to start off on CT side, and it just seemed like, the Korean team abused their performance on this map. And I think that's going to be it from us, guys. We're going to go back to stage host and the raffle activities that we have on site, and then we'll be back very shortly with our following match between, who's it going to be?
It's going to be Crazy, who just won, versus Python from Taiwan.
That's going to be exciting, guys. Don't you go away.
gentlemen. My name is Benjamin Breakinavani, and joining me is going to be the one, the only, the unbreakable
Nate Dogg TW.
We're about to dive into it's going to be Korea's Daisy. It's also worth noting that unfortunately we saw boot drivers get eliminated 16-0. It's their second time playing in the tournament all throughout, and it's happened to play on Nuke 2 times in a row. What's worse about this is it snowballed into one thing after another. We wish them the best of luck in their next tournament venture. And that being said, we're going to be seeing a Taiwan team playing against the Korean team. What do you think we're likely to see as the likely outcome for this? Definitely waiting for the map pick and ban to come in before we make any decisions. What do you think?
I think it's going to be, it's a tough call. We got to see the map first. One of the things I do want to point out that what we've seen with Python is that Python has one really good player, Suhao. We see him carry a lot, and the rest of the team is not bad, but it's not the same as the Korean team. This is the last match, and the matches we've seen with the Korean teams, they're all good. I mean, they're all at that level. So it's going to be interesting to see when these two teams come together, how that is going to come, if that's going to become even more, obvious how that works. Because that's what we've been seeing here with some teams, where when they go against a team that all of the players are just really good, and then their team, maybe they have one or two carries that can just really take it to them. We see that in the frags, right? And it becomes very obvious. And those teams typically have a hard time, slogging it out all the way to those 16 rounds so that they can win the match.
That's right. So we usually have one or two players show up to play, and now this is definitely what they are riding on at this point in time, especially against such a formidable team from Korea. They are renowned for their esports play, but we're just about to dive into this map. We're just waiting for the observers to switch on to give us the right switch and get us in game.
There we go. And it looks like Korea has got the counter-terrorist, which is going to give them the advantage on this map. So we have to see how Python is going to react. And this first pistol round is very critical for this match.
Indeed, and what we see right now is a bunch of pistols coming out from both sides. I mean, it's kind of rhetorical to say that, but what's happening is Suhao and Czoc are going to be purchasing alternatives to the weapons that they have started with by default. So they're going to have USBs going into this, but it's very important that they go ahead and get some opening frags with that. Otherwise, the follow-up 3 Glocks on the team may not be able to deal adequate damage to deal with the situation at hand.
Does not seem to be getting very much of the sound from the match.
Indeed, we're missing in-game sound, but that's going to be, oh man. A little bit of friendly fire there. What happened was Scad died and then he dropped a grenade and he killed his teammate by mistake there. But other than that, this seems to be a smooth round going in for Crazy. They chose Nuke again. And you know what? I think this could be perhaps just as one-sided as the match was against.
We could definitely see that another runaway match.
Yeah.
I mean, Korea has shown that they like to take this and push it. They did lose against Famous, and that's because Famous took it back to them, and really made them. They really worked for that win, though. That was a hard win.
Right.
We may still see that in Python. I mean, they're fighters too. So you see Kazu gets chunked here.
Right. They did things that were atypical of the meta, and look at that. Montoya scoring a headshot. I think that was through a wall, and now it's going to be Duck and Scud combining firepower to take down Montoya. But as it is right now, we still see the Korean team with the leg up. Python is looking for that opening to plant the bomb, and it does happen. One clip, and it's going to be 1.5 players killed by Duck. He's immediately refragged by, I couldn't identify who that was, but Scad's going to get Ken out of this. And now it's 1 versus 2. It's all on Czoc to hold this, and he's only got 3 bullets in reserve after he expends this 1 clip on both of the players. He's like one. He gets the, oh my god! He just made the impossible happen! Are you kidding me? With 1 clip, he kills 2 players, and one of those was a walled shot.
Yep. I want to point out that Czoc and Suhao are the carries for Python. So he was the last man standing. It was Mission Impossible, and he did it.
I know, and like all you had to do at that point is basically fake it. There was no pressure on the bomb there. I mean, like there was no point of no return with the defuse. They should have just faked it at that point. I think that was the part of Korea not really respecting our team from Taiwan here.
So we see Python coming out. They've got their AK-47s, so they're ready to take on Crazy. If Python can shave 5 or 6 wins, then when they switch sides, this could be a win for Python. So we have to see if Python can keep this up.
So here we are now, and it's going to be 1-1, Crazy and Python, and, well, weapons-wise, we actually see Crazy is 1 leg down in this, so as it stands, Python is slated to take this round, but never say never.
Well, they are playing an economy round, and they're doing it on purpose.
Yes.
You know, because they understand they have to control this. They have to control this map when they have the advantage.
Kasu still gets the opening frag despite the firepower disadvantage they have. They exchange that with the defender's advantage, and now this looks like something. It's going 1-for-1 in the exchanges, but now Bach, he's yet to put a power weapon in his hands, and that turns out to be an expensive win for the Taiwan side. That's not the way you would expect things to go when you've got AKs facing off against nothing but USPs.
Yes, but we do know that Crazy is a tactical team. And they went in, this was an economy round for them. They were saving their money up for this round. So they know that Python had the momentum, they waited, and they're playing tactically. So we'll have to see how this next round plays out.
That is for sure, my friend.
So, and here we go. Very similar, except we've got Bebok on the AWP, and he gets first blood on CSAG. So again, this is very tactical on the side of Crazy. They brought out the AWP in the 4th round, and there's another kill by Bebok on Kent. Is Bebok going to go for a third? Let's see. He's biding his time, and he's getting shot at. He knows that. He's moving into a new position. We'll have to see. Bebok with 3 kills.
I mean,
wow.
Unbelievable right now. He's been picking them off one by one. Not all lined up, and no collaterals just yet, but he's doing what he can at this point to try and pull off the win for his team, but it's still...
And there's Kasu finishing it off.
Yeah.
Very good win for Korea, and they've taken control again. So we'll have to see. They may have the momentum again, and we may see them winning all the rest of the rounds up to 15. What do you think?
Well, I think we're just waiting to see what the next step is from both sides.
And here we have Python playing an economy round again. Not again, but they're playing one. They lost the last round, so they're playing tactically again. They understand that they can't go. This is quite the opposite that we saw with Boot, remember? I mean, Boot would just go in and buy whatever they could buy every single round. Here we're seeing Python's taking the time to save their money so that they can win and get the momentum they need to keep winning.
No, and like this is what they're doing. We can see it. They've got the Glocks. They're gonna try and take what they can. They got Bach out of this, which is not entirely.
But that's expensive for Crazy because Bebok was on the AWP and now it's been taken away from him.
Yeah, and they don't have that much in the way of money to work with. So I mean, you are complimenting that point. CSAC is now a state that's a little bit difficult to identify. I mean, he's got the Glock, but it's him against the world, and 40 seconds remain on the clock. He might have a chance of taking down Kasu, but we're talking about stacking maybe 2 headshots in a row. He's turning that corner. Once he does, yeah, that's about it.
Does take him down. Now they've got money, so we're going to see them make big purchases. And we're heading into round 6. See if Python can turn this around. To be honest, getting to round 6 and already having 2 wins under their belts, Python is doing very good. So if they can just keep this kind of momentum up and just kind of slow down Crazy, they have a chance to win this match.
Right, and I mean, this could be perhaps the second time we would ever see a team take that many grounds in such a scenario, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves and focus on the round at hand. It's been 1-for-1 in the exchange thus far. It's going to be Suhao and Cizag pioneering that charge into bomb site A. The bomb is yet to be planted, and Costume's coming in and getting a positive trade back for his team. It's back to 2 versus 2, but Costume's very low HP. He's been spotted and dealt with. A headshot, unnecessary, although all the same in the way of effect. It's 1 versus 2, and that is going to be Suhao making sure that this is a marginally profitable round for Taiwan.
You hear the applaud in the crowd. We are in Taipei, we are in Taiwan, so there are a lot of Python fans in the crowd. When we see them do well, we're going to hear that. And they are doing very well. 3-3 as terrorists. This is very, very good for Python.
All right, so now here we are, and this is going to make, I mean, like you said, 3-3. It's like round trading right now. This is perhaps the closest match we've seen so far in the entire tournament. Perhaps outside of Indonesia Famous playing against Crazy themselves. They were the first team to take a win over the Korean team. That's going to be Scad, waiting patiently for them to enter. A little bit camouflaged by the railing there, but that's
2 on 2.
Yeah, very low HP on Kent, but it's going to be Duck sealing the deal with a double kill.
But we have to note that was an expensive win for Korea. I mean, for Crazy from Korea. That was an expensive win, and we can see the frags are piling up on Python's side. They all, with the exception of Edition, we've got 3, 5, 6, 6. So they're doing very well.
Right. I do want to say that maybe Kent, he should go ahead and purchase a couple of Deagles for his team. I think he might have purchased 2, yes, at least. And he gave 1 to Monty while he just elected to hold on to 1 himself.
Well, Bebop is not on the AWP, so we'll have to see how he plays this round. Kasu takes out Kent, trade 1 for 1. And Bebop takes out Montoya.
Sorry about that, guys.
And here we go.
That's Scad holding his ground, puts that FAMAS into burst mode. And it's now 2 versus 4, not in favor of the terrorist side, but we've seen the impossible happen yesterday.
We have to see. Cizag again is one of the carries over there. So we have to see how well he does.
That's absolutely right, but that's going to be God sealing the deal with a double kill.
Unfortunate.
That finally breaks the...
You know what we may see here? We may see an economy round here from Python so they can save up for the next round. And no, they're spending some money. So let's see what they're planning on doing here. Heading into round 9. 5-3 in Crazy's favor.
Yeah.
However, that being said, Python is still doing very well.
Yeah. Suhail's going to make the opening frag. He's going to try and roll down whoever may be in there, but it looks like that was a nice little bait out as they have made the entry into bomb site A. Caused a bit of a rotation in from heaven. Now here they are coming for the retake. This is it.
And there we go.
So nice hold on the bomb site take, if you will.
We really do have to give it for Python, though. They are hanging on, and this is not good for Crazy. I mean, to anybody who's probably watching this match, they may feel that this is close, but this is not close.
Right.
Python may be down a round, but this means that when they switch sides, they're going to be in a very good position to take this match.
I'm pretty sure this is a forced buy coming in from Crazy right now because they are all very low on money, and some of them may have even skipped the helmet on their Kevlar vests, may have even dropped the utilities. So we might have a few players on the CT side with absolutely no flashbangs, maybe only 1 or 2 frag grenades with this kind of financial status. But this is something this is information that we do not have at our disposal with the present observer tools that we are using.
That's correct. Duck strikes first, takes out Suha.
Box gonna get 1, God's gonna get 1, Box gonna get another, and that's gonna be Scad.
Very good for Korea. Again, they lost 1, so that wasn't too bad. But 6-4 is not really in Crazy's advantage. I mean, Python needs 1 or 2 more wins, and they could secure this match.
Exactly.
So what are we looking at? It looks like 2 Desert Eagles, 3 Desert Eagles, 4 Desert Eagles. So this is another economy round that we're seeing here from Python, I should say. And so they're playing very strategically here. They're making their plans. They're realizing, hey, let's go in there with low, cheap items, see if we can get some kills, make the win expensive for the other team, and then next round we'll come back and we'll take the round.
Next round, no matter what, they should be able to buy into it with rifles, whether it be Gallows, aka the Defender in game, or AK-47s and some armor of one form or another.
You see Bebop is taking half health, but it's 2-1, and there it is, Suha taking out Bebop. With 2 Desert Eagles versus 2 M4s, an AK-47 and a Clarion 5.56.
That's absolutely right.
Scad takes down CSAC.
Now, it's all about Suha now.
Suha with the Desert Eagle. Even if he can get 1 kill, it will be worth it for his team. If they make this win expensive for crazy.
If you want to talk about financial losses, you have to talk about 3 players going down from the crazy side before, if they get an elimination win, before you see economic damage incur.
Yeah. 16 seconds on the clock, and Duck takes out Suha.
Very patiently, too.
There he is, spray painting the ground. Suha making, Python's making some big purchases. You see them spending all their money. So this is the round to look at to see if they're going to take this round away from Crazy.
All right, so here we are looking at the minimap. With that being said, this is actually a very big dog pile going into this round, and it's looking like it didn't quite pan out in favor of Terracite in the beginning. They're being slowed down by the utilities, smoke grenades, as well as the flashbangs here in Metal Hut. That's going to be Montoya getting 1 to his name, so not too bad for money.
Let's see if we can get 1 or 2 more kills. Will definitely be worthwhile for Python.
Yeah, you can see Bach there. He's ready to throw pop flash, and that's what he's going to do. Poke out. I think he impacted that through a metal surface. That's going to be Kasu and Bach holding their ground.
Bebop gets 2 kills, 3 kills for Bebop.
No, 2. I think. Yes, 3, you're right. But 2 in the same moment. So
apparently there must be...
So,
that was round 15.
Indeed.
So,
some kind of an issue we are facing at hand. Okay, now we're going to get back into the game, guys.
Should be back in a little bit. Good to say they have 4 rounds, and now they're back in. Apparently that was a technical issue. Yeah, so that wasn't quite over. That was 12. This is round 13. 2 more rounds before the switch. Python really needs to get these 2 rounds.
Indeed. They'll have an even better chance going into the second half if they're able to do it.
Well, here we go. Python getting chunked.
Yeah, in some ways this is actually a little bit of the threshold that they want to have, but check this out.
There it is.
God, Scad, everyone going in. Flawless
That's
victory.
another flawless victory.
Yeah, completely flawless right there.
That's the second one we've seen from them today. So they're really taking it to them. We have 2 more rounds to go. This is round 14. Python is going in with very little hardware. Well, let's see, they've got AK-47s, probably no head armor, no helmet. No damage on Crazy yet. A little bit on Kent in addition. Kent's to half health. Not looking good at all. Oh, in addition, takes down Scad.
I mean, like,
well done.
Yeah, that's the opening frag, so now this kind of falls into, this kind of puts the ball in their court a little bit, especially with Kent getting that follow-up frag, but Bach and Duck returning fire and bringing it back to 3 versus 3. Now 3 versus 2 is going to shut down this push, at least the steam on it a little bit. Now, so yeah, he's looking for an angle. He will find it onto God. Are they going to go for the bomb plant at A? Buck could get flanked, but it looks like it's actually going to be Duck getting himself a double kill.
Duck with a triple.
Yeah.
Well, one more round. If Python can get this round, this will help. If not, we might go into overtime, depending on what happens when they switch sides. Again, we have to make sure that everybody knows that on this map, it is heavily favored for the counter-terrorists. So at this stage of the game, the goal for Python is just to save as many wins as they can from Crazy. Scad taking a little bit of damage. And Kazu takes down Seagat for first blood. Watching to see, get some wall bag coming out. A little bit of damage on Addition. Addition's very low. We're watching. They're probing, trying to see where everybody's at. Montoya and Kazu. Montoya and C-Sack are down.
We're going in now to the last round of the first half. This is probably not a good way to finish it, but it's about as adequate as it will get for the Taiwan side.
So here we go. This is the last round. Python really needs to win this, but it does not look like that's going to happen. Crazy seems to have this under control. So Suhao's got the bomb. Let's see what he's going to decide to do. Are they going to go for a plant?
It's the only option they have right now. I mean, playing for trades here is going to be extremely difficult. Especially with tag team because now it's gotten even more difficult. Now it's 1 versus 5 all in Suhao. The one-man army. He's got to make Mission Impossible happen and he can't do it. That's going to be 11-4 as the end score before the second half kicks in. So that being said, now I don't know what is going to happen just yet.
So here we go with this pistol round. It's critical for Python to take this pistol round and then to continue winning. If they don't take this pistol round and build the momentum they need to win every round as the counter-terrorist, they could very well lose this map.
Indeed. So it all starts from the pistol round. They'll have that natural firepower advantage going into it, but the question is, will that help them in the end? We're going to have to get, I think, a double lance here. Actually, it's a pretty even kill dispersion across the Korean side of things. What I mean to say is, at the end of the second half, every player's got within 5 kills of each other. So what I'm saying is there's no real clear heavy fragger here.
Well, here we go. Duck taking quite a bit of damage there. See, again, Python has to win this round. They've got to get started and start winning every match here from here on out. Otherwise, Crazy will take this, and that will secure their position in the quarterfinals.
Indeed.
Again, it's also we'll also have to clarify that the loser of this match will go against the loser of the previous group match for the last berth in the quarterfinals. So both of these teams still have a chance to get into the quarterfinals. So you see Python playing very, very conservatively. Suhao's taken down.
They take the frag lead right now, but God manages to get 1 refrag, and it's all back to 3 versus 1, and that's going to be a nice job done by Sok as he gets away with a quad, I believe. Crowd goes wild.
Here we go.
Taiwan has another breath of life given into it with this now. The economic lead that they need has just been made. With that being said, they have rifles going into this round. If even just Clarions and M4 Mavericks going into this.
And of course, Crazy's going to be doing an economy round. They're not going to spend that money. They're saving it for the next round. Their objective right now is to make this an expensive win for Python. That's all they're trying to do at this point.
I mean, getting the win itself is great, but that's 4 players on the outside. Are they meant to overpower or over-encumber the firepower of that one player with the Clarion in the back of Secret? Maybe, maybe not. Call it Secret because just a little bit beyond that point where I believe Montoya was, there's actually a point where you can enter bomb site B underground.
Crazy's being very careful here. They're going to make the most of this economy round. They don't have anything to lose, so they're just going to take their time, and they're not rushing it.
Montoya sprays through. Bomb is planted. They got away with that, so that's all Crazy wanted out of this as well. I mean, if they can get the win, that's more power to them, but 5 HP on Suhao, and
so here we go for the disarm.
yeah, Why not? Defuse win, I think, results in $3,500 going to each CT's pocket. Scad's like, all right, let's just get
Scad has decided just to keep his weapon.
Munchkin's money right now, and let's check the end of this. Okay, so it was $32.50, I believe, that he got away with. So it definitely wasn't $3,500 that they had gotten for the defuse. It would have been $3,550 for the player who did defuse the bomb.
Here we go. This is round 18. Crazy has 11. Python has 6. Python has the advantage as a counter-terrorist. Let's see what they can do with it. Edition takes quite a bit of damage there. Kasu again. Suhao takes some damage. His position is revealed. Let's see if Crazy will capitalize on this. You see Edition is there probing with the wall bangs, trying to, chip and hack away. So here we go. Let's see. Again, both of these teams know what's on the line, so they want to win this. They want to get that quarterfinal berth. They don't want to have to worry about it and do another match tonight.
Right.
So they're trying to secure their position for the quarterfinals tomorrow. No frags just yet this round. Bebop, Kasu, and Scad's got some damage. Suhao and Montoya in addition. Teams are about the same. Down to 40 seconds. Clock is ticking.
Now Bog's looking for that opening to toss in, I think, a flashbang. Yeah. Now, he's been sprayed onto metal. He lost like a fraction of his HP. And God's going in for a double kill entry, makes it happen. That's going to be Kasu getting the third. Bomb is planted now. Korea, I don't think they're going to lose this one, but Xu Hao, he's done he thinks he is Ethan Hunt. He's done the impossible before. Can he do it again? All hope rests on him. We've seen amazing plays from him twice in this tournament already revealed, but shut down. They're not going to make that mistake that previous teams have against.
They know what's at risk, and they're doing everything they can. I think this is going to be. I mean, as these rounds progress, Python's got the advantage. They're counter-terrorists, and they're not taking it too crazy. And Crazy's just saying, you know what? We're going to take you out, and we're going to go to the quarterfinals, and we're going to decide that tonight. We're not going to go another match. We're deciding it this match. So here we go into round 19, 12 to Crazy. They need 3 more wins. Let's just say, 4 more rounds, and they've secured their position. Edition takes quite a bit of damage from those wall bangs, as we see here. Edition goes down to Scad, trade 1 for 1. Kent fires back. Suhao takes down Kasu. And Kent also gets taken down by Duck. So this is 3-on-3. Python with a slight disadvantage, and Suhao is at half health. Let's see how this plays out.
Indeed, we've got very little time, and about 60 seconds to work with right now. It's a 3 versus 3 as the name of this present game, and
Korea has plenty of. Crazy has plenty of time though. They can take their time.
Both sides have rifles. Both sides are low on cash. This is a very critical round for both sides. Crazy, however, does have an HP advantage on top of their firepower advantage that comes with the terrorist side. We're talking about the one-shot kills being quantified by the fact that Xu Hao is down to one-shot levels of HP. You use a Glock on him, he's gone too.
What we noticed here. Oh, there we go. There's shots fired. Montoya takes out Duck. 3-on-2. Suhao's got no health.
That's Xu Hao just waiting at B in an unexpected location. They're going into heaven though, and Xu Hao couldn't be in a worse location right now. It's been 1 for 1 in the trades, however. Can't wait. He's going to make that trade happen. He's getting sprayed, and that's going to be Montoya just making a victim out of Core God. He knew exactly where to wall. He knew as soon as he landed on the ground where he would be and how to ensure the kill.
I think that was a big misplay by Crazy. Maybe they took a little bit too much time, and they did not capitalize on the fact that they had the upper hand. They waited a little bit too long to plant the bomb. If they had been a little bit more aggressive instead of waiting it out and planted the bomb sooner, they probably would have taken that round. Again, 7 to 12. Python, of course, with 7. Crazy with 12 as we go into round 20.
This is getting crazy, pun intended, in terms of just how back and forth this is. Python on the defender's side is doing quite well. That's actually going to be a very heavy rush in, and it works initially for the green side of things. Gets them 2 kills on the way in. They have to immediately respond with 2 frags, that is to say, the Python side, but they only managed to return 1. 4-3 man advantage, but HP is very low on the terrorist side. 2 players in heaven ready to intercept anyone who may enter. And now it looks like, what is this? Am I looking at this the wrong way? Are they going to make a B entrance? Possibly, but hold on. That's God getting himself a double kill. And a triple. Oh my God. Pun intended. This man is on fire.
Yep, and they learned from their mistake the previous round. They planted the bomb early. They said, you know what, let's get the bomb down, and then let's use that to our tactical advantage. Let's make them have to react to our play, and that's what they did, and then they took them down. 13-7, that's 1 round closer. They need 3 more rounds, and Crazy gets their berth.
Now here we are. Let's wait and see how this game develops. Suhao deals out a significant, well, he gets dealt out a bunch of damage on, rather. He has an HE, and they can't let too many more rounds go, but it looks like they're going with just upgraded pistols on this one. A couple of Nighthawks, and they're getting aggressive too, but they can't make those shots count. They can't even make them connect right now.
This is very surprising, you know, because the CT does have the advantage here. And Crazy just says, you know what, you don't really have the advantage. We're going to take this and we're going to win. And here goes the bomb plant again. Very aggressive here. And they know they can beat it.
Duck getting a triple kill. Is he going to get quad?
He's Duck, yeah.
Oh man, can't just reveal this position.
Let's see.
But he does get 1.
Ken takes down Scat.
Involved, and that's going to be the third coming in. I'm sorry, second coming in from Bog.
Again, one of the things you do have to notice on the teams, and just to point it out, you look at Addition's score and his fragging compared to the rest of his team, he's not really contributing enough. He's not doing what needs to be done. We look at Crazy, for example, they've got the kills across every player. They don't have a weak player. You know, the lowest frag count on their team is 11 frags with Scat. So Addition is not really, we're not really seeing very many big plays from him or seeing him really make a lot of big contributions to this match. So Crazy's 2 rounds away from the win. Let's see if they can make this happen.
It's going to be 4 Famuses and an M4 on the Python side of things. It's going to be extremely difficult to make this one. But Suhao pioneers this. And he does it so well. If I had to guess, I'd say maybe Python's utilities are actually hurting as well. They don't have that much in the way of flashbangs or fragmentation grenades, but they're going to try and make the best of it. Ken getting another one. Making this hold is like, it's miraculous is what it is. Duck down to just, I don't know, slivers of HP. What is this? Kent and Addition are just lighting up the map, making sure that they are visible on screen. It's all now on Duck. With only you wall him with 1 bullet and he's gone.
We hear them probing with the wall bangs, trying to see if they can catch him. Duck is doing the same thing, gives away his position, and that's it.
I'm a little bit appalled to see that some of the counter-terrorists actually don't want the AK-47. There was a clear window of opportunity for many of the CTs to go in and pick up AK-47s in exchange for dropping their own weapons. And the FAMAS, I mean, it's considerably weaker than that weapon. Why not go for it?
So here we are going into round 23. 1 more round for 2 more rounds for Crazy, and they have their berth. So Python, of course, is making them work for it. Boise, yeah. Katsu takes down Montoya. CSAT's down. Addition is down.
There it is.
There we go. It's 2 on 4, and this is not looking good for Python.
Not at all. Well, here we are. Kent all on his lonesome here in heaven. He's going to try and make this an expensive win for them. Maybe wait for some stragglers to come his way.
There was a bomb plant, right? So they're running out of time. He's got 7 seconds. He's just going to not die. Not sure what well, he does have quite a bit of money, but he won't be getting.
What he can do in this position is he can drop his own weapon to
and
a
then
teammate,
buy something.
and then buy one for another teammate or himself. So
not sure that we're going to see that though.
Yeah, we're not entirely sure of that, but this is a forced buy scenario right now. They have to buy whatever they can and make it the best weapons that they can put on the map themselves. They're facing elimination now by Team Korea from, Crazy.
Crazy has one more round. If they win this one, they've got their berth. We've got Bebop on the AWP, and he's deadly with that. So we may see some kills coming out from him very soon.
Indeed, some random walls can take down the enemy team from him. He knows exactly where to aim them and when to fire them.
Suhao strikes first, though, takes out but they've planted the bomb. This Korean team has learned they have to be aggressive with those bomb plants. Force Python to make them, and there we go. Bebop taking down Kent. See if he takes down another one.
Flashbang that he's firing too. That's going to be third by Scott. This is 4 versus 2. It's Mission Impossible mode now. All on SAG, and that is going to be match point. Congratulations to Team Korea, Crazy, for taking this map and advancing to the semifinals of today's of the tournament. Now, next up, we do have one more match to play, though.
It will be Python, I believe, versus Old Man.
Versus Old Man. And then...
Yes. Python versus Old Man, and whoever wins that match will have the last spot for the quarterfinals.
That's essentially good news for the fans because this is a tournament that is taking place in Taipei, Taiwan. So they would love to have at least one team from Taiwan qualified to make it into the grand finals. But I'm sorry, the quarterfinals. But that being said, I think it's now time for us to go ahead and take things into a short break. We'll be back at our soonest convenience, guys. Don't you go away.
我觉得中间有找到一点感觉是。
你的未来非常精彩。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benjamin Breaker Novotny, and we are about to dive into our final match of the evening. And this one is very critical because it will determine who of the 7 teams we started out with will now elevate into the quarterfinals. Nate, who is it between?
This match is between Zerdrake from Japan and Python from Taiwan.
Exactly. So this is another Taiwan versus Japan match going on. It will be perhaps a little bit less one-sided than the previous match we've seen. I'm hoping to see something besides Nuke, but I think we saw all the players gradually loading into the map as Nuke.
I would have to agree, because both of these teams, while they are the losers from Group A and Group B, they lost with very small margins. There wasn't runaway losses on their part. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams come up against each other. They haven't faced each other before, so we'll have to see how they take off. Now, it's interesting to note on the Team Python that the players that we want to be looking at, of course, are Suhao and the Montoya. Those are the power players that we've been seeing, particularly in the last match. Now, for Zerdrake, the players that we're going to want to be looking at are Net Hydra. Of course, he's very, very efficient on that AWP.
Oh, goody. We're now getting into what looks like Inferno, if I'm looking at the monitor correctly in the upper right. But that's not where we're casting from. We actually have a monitor on our left. Before we dive into this game real quick, though, we do want to thank all of our sponsors and broadcast partners. That would, of course, be from top to bottom, Nexon, Gamania, and ESR for putting together and organizing this event from start to finish in Taipei. Now, time for our broadcast partners and sponsors. That would be ViewSonic, Red Bull, TT Esports, MSI, and did I forget anyone? D-Racer!
That's right. And here we go into the match.
Just around 15 seconds in, we missed about a little bit of time, but not too much in the way of action. Purchases in terms of weapons, firepower, we only see Kevlar vests, 1 utility man, judging by the purchase coming from Tatuo. There's going to be 4 Kevlar vests and 1 guy with nothing but grenades on him, coming from Zerdrake. And that means no firepower to assist. They're depending solely on getting that plant down, I feel, and getting in and getting up close and personal with the counter-terrorist sight. Because the Glock, it takes 2 headshots to make a kill with a Glock.
Yep.
With or without a helmet. You probably have to be point blank to change that, but there it is.
See these teams?
Yes, Suhao making the opening frag while blind.
C-Sack takes the first kill. He gets taken down by Tatuo.
Indeed. Now that's going to be 3 versus 1, all in Net Hydra. Terrorist side is a pain in the rear to deal with on this map. It is extremely difficult to get into, and what on earth is this? I didn't want to bring up my audio control panel on stream, but there it is. No plant came in, so yeah.
So Python takes the first round, and it looks like Zerdrake is going to be playing it very tactically. They're not making any purchases, so this is an economy round for them. They're going to save up. They know that Python has the advantage.
And now what we have happening right in front of us is going to be standard default setup coming in for the CT side. That is to say 2 CTs on A, maybe 1 peering down mid, and then 2 on B, and that's all they need to do, really. No plant coming in. This is going to assure, almost practically assure, that we see Python get to 3 rounds on the board before we see Zerdrake pull off a victory, a rifle round.
All right, and we see Zerdrake again not spending any money, or very little. Tatuo's bought maybe some utility. We've got a couple of, looks like a couple of Desert Eagles, 3 Desert Eagles.
Perhaps 4, yes.
Yep, 4 Desert Eagles.
And I think what's happening from Cordy is he might have purchased a single flashbang grenade, but I also want to go ahead and mention that, that's Montoya getting the opening frag. The threshold for the number of rounds you want to get on counter-terrorists, or not the threshold for the number of rounds you want to get on terrorist side before switching into counter-terrorist side is at least 5 on this map, 6 to have a respectable chance. And it looks like that is something that Python does not want to give to Zerdrake. Flawless victory this round. No one takes even 1 HP of damage.
I'm saying very efficient use of wall banks here. They're hitting their opponents through the walls where they can. Very tactical on Python's part. And now what we're seeing here is Zerdrake is spending their money. So we're going to see AK-47s come out, and hopefully Zerdrake will have an answer to Python's initial 3 rounds.
although it's only maybe a handful of frags, at the same time, I mean they're walling up through corners here and there, but they're making it count. But this is it, the first rifle round coming out from Zerdrake. A little bit in the way of utilities, but nonetheless a full buy coming across the board.
Both teams playing very cautiously. We see a little bit of damage on Vale and Tatul.
That's absolutely right. Right now they are looking...
Zerdrake strikes first with Vale taking down Czak.
Yeah, and it looks like this is going to be an apartments and a execute, but there's someone waiting for them on the balcony there. Kent is coming around back here, and I remember what we were watching mostly before on our last experience with Inferno was all about the banana to B rush.
Right. So we'll have to see. Taking it slow here. Czak is down. Tatul is very, very close to dying. We'll have to see how this plays out for them. And now we've got another kill by Net Hydra on Su Hao. So Su Hao is down. We got to be looking at Kent. Edition is down as well. So it's Kent and Montoya. 2 on 4, and Kent goes down. Wheezy taking him down. So it looks like Zerdrake will be taking control of this, but we'll have to wait to see how this plays out. Montoya taking out Tatul, and he gets taken out by Net Hydra. Net Hydra getting 2 kills, and Wheezy getting 2 kills. So the very profitable round for Zerdrake.
Indeed. So in that regards, they are now going to be able to have at least a slightly easier time getting into this. But Python, I mean, they lost very few players in the first 3 rounds leading up to this one. So that being said, they should be able to mostly pull off some pretty solid buys all the way across the board. We're talking about M4s, Clarions, and everything else in between.
So what we can probably look to see here is if Zerdrake takes this round, they'll have enough money, and I would not be surprised if they make that big purchase, if they can get it. But Net Hydra has got to get the kills because he does not have enough money by just getting the win.
Right, but what might happen is, I mean, this is basically what we see a lot happening in the pro meta. Wheezy, if they can get the win, they could actually drop him in AWP. Wheezy would make the purchase.
Yeah, it's very possible.
Yes.
We do see Python has brought out the AWP.
Right. Both sides, they're just wall banging and wall bang galore. It's just, it looks like the amount of damage that they're doing with those wall bangs is significantly lower than that which they were doing on Nuke as well.
You see, taking their time. Nobody wants to give an inch on this one. Python knows they've got to shut Zerdrake down this round. If they don't, Zerdrake can continue the momentum and take control again. This is the 5th round, 3 to Python, 1 to Zerdrake right now. And Kent takes down Vale. It's a 1-for-1. Tatul takes down Kent. Edition takes quite a bit of damage there. Tatul is about half health. We're watching Net Hydra here. See if he can get any kills. Montoya here on the AWP. The bomb has been planted, so this is going to force some kind of... There's only 28 seconds on the clock, so Python is going to have to respond to this, and there it goes. Tatul takes down Czak.
2 versus 2 is the name of the game. Net Hydra actually brings it to a 2 versus 1 in their favor, and now they are waiting for something to happen, but they can't quite identify.
Montoya does have the advantage here with the wall bangs because he's going to be doing significantly more damage with them.
Yeah, and all he had to do was stay alive for 5 more seconds, though. I mean, if I read that, no, wait.
No, there was a bomb down, so they were going to lose that one. And that was a very expensive win for Zerdrake, so we're going to see what their purchases are. And it looks like they're going to be sitting on their money a little bit. It's 3-2, going into the 6th round. So here we go, grenades out, no damage taken. And we do see Net Hydra is on the AWP.
Once again.
If we can get a feed on him, we might be able to see some sick plays.
Indeed. Even if it's just blind firing through the right spots. I mean, the thing about that is, though, he may not be able to identify whether or not he did the damage, but it really does count. Every single shot, that's 30 rounds I can go through a wall, 30 rounds I can go through center mass, essentially, or even score a collateral.
You see, again, taking it slow. Still no feed on Net Hydra. No, we don't know where he's at.
Actually, we have a little bit of a backpedal here, and now that's
Net
a
Hydra
two-frag
gets
entry.
a kill on... Oh, where? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a 2-frag entry, and now they got the bomb planted. They should be able to stick to this one. I mean, like, with this kind of weaponry on their person, I think it would be extremely difficult. to get the retake to happen. For those of you who may be new to Counter-Strike Online, I'd just like to go ahead and reiterate that, yes, USPs can wallbang in 1.6. Yes, they can wallbang in Go as well as Source, but in CSO?
Net Hydra with the 2 kills here.
Yeah.
That wasn't another expensive win for them. So let's see, we got 3-3. Zerdrake bringing it even, going into the 7th round here. And Net Hydra again is on that AWP. The teams are both very tactical. They both know how to play the map. They're both doing the best that they can, but it looks like Zerdrake may be shutting Python down.
Right. So as it is now, we are waiting for the initiative to be taken by the terrorist side, determining where they're going. And it looks like they're at second middle, which is not the lane that Tattoo is facing down, but rather the one that leads into apartments where they're headed right now, or where Tattoo is headed right now.
Net Hydra gets clipped a little bit there.
Yeah. And, well, that's going to be Suhao getting the opening frag of the round. It looks like, I wouldn't say it's the law of the land, but maybe they're onto what's happening. They got information based on getting one frag and then falling back. Net Hydra, or not Net Hydra, but rather Suhao making that opening frag and then seeing how open Banana is. He now knows where, or he has some idea of where the enemy team is because none of them are at Banana. They're going into it now.
Kent Strikes taking Net Hydra down.
Yeah, that information, it really helped out. They set up a crossfire. See, you can see those 2 counter-terrorists coming in towards CSAC, and they set up an intercept point.
That's like, Python again. Yeah. That's their response to Zerdrake saying, you know what? We're going to go ahead and take that back.
Indeed. I mean, like, they did their best, and it worked. It really did in this position. And now we're about to dive into the next round. We have to see what is going to happen with Python having won 3 rounds in a row and then being reset this one loss. Is it going to be economic deterrence? Is it going to destroy any chances they have of purchasing rifles going into this next round? Are they going to have to turn it into a scavenger hunt round? What's this going to be?
That's a very good point. I mean, it probably is not going to happen. I mean, so far this match has been very even. They've both been playing very tactically. They've both been playing very well. Initially we saw Python take the lead, but then, Zerdrake took it back, and then it went back to Python right now. They've taken the last round. And sometimes, when you take a round, it's actually the most dangerous time, right? Because you think, okay, we've got this round, but if you don't get the next one, then you put yourself in a very vulnerable situation because you've lost all of that money that you've invested going into that round after that win.
Exactly, and that's why a lot of soft eco rounds, you see, it's low risk, high reward if you can actually win a soft eco round. If your entire team just purchases deagles and you manage to just rush up middle and manage to make some kind of a bum rush actually work.
Yeah, and we do see both of these teams use that tactical play. They save their money. They say, you know what? Let's just wait. Let's not be too hasty. Let's see if we can get a tactical advantage here. And if they go in with spending very little money, and they even if they manage to get 3 or 4 frags, it's still worth it because you're making it expensive for the other team.
Exactly. And I mean, what I was going to say to complement that is, when you go up middle, when you do that kind of a rush and you manage to kill the entire enemy team and say you lose 2-3 players max, not only do you get away with the kills and the win and the round and the money, you also get away with whatever weapons the enemy team drops.
Right.
So if you pick up an AWP, that's solid gold in your hands.
Yep.
If you pick up an AK-47 or an M4 or Colt Gallo, it's still just as good because those are the standard weapons that everybody purchases. We don't see shotguns. We seldom see SMGs, except in perhaps maybe the odd post-pistol round.
So do we know what's going on, or does it appear that we have a technical issue, or?
I think we're just more handsome than the OpenGL graphics of CSO, but
that's very possible.
Not to downplay the game, it is rather old. But that being said, I do think we do need to investigate what the issue at hand is, but we have no clue what's going on for the time being.
Again, we want to remind the viewers that this round is the round of the 2 losers from the 2 previous groups, and whichever team wins this round gets the final quarterfinals berth, which means they will be playing tomorrow. Whichever team loses is, of course, eliminated from the tournament. This is a best of 1, so they have this one chance to do it. So hopefully, I think we're going to see some good plays. They've got a lot of good players. We've seen some good plays from Suhao, where he's done 3-on-1 with a bomb planet and managed to take it all out. So I think it's going to be exciting to see these teams fighting for this place, for this last quarterfinals
That's
position.
right. Tensions are high, and neither side has come this far just to lose. I mean, if you want to stop and think for a minute about it just logistically, I'd say, maybe the Taiwan team has less to lose in this, simply based on the fact that this is home field advantage. They didn't have to, ask for time off from school to participate or anything else like that. But it looks like the game is back and underway on our screens. Net Hydra is going to be the first frag of the round, running straight up mid banana. And that is going to be Suhao. What was that, a quad for him? It was indeed a quad. Nicely done, but it was more like just cleaning up the banana alley.
Again, we have to point out though, that was an eco round for Zerdrake. They were saving their money for this round. So this is the round that we've got to see. 6-4, and we're going into the 11th round here. If they can get this, if Zerdrake can get this round, then they can catch up to Python. We'll have to take a look to see what Net Hydra is on. He is on the AK-47. The entire team for Zerdrake is on the AK-47. We've got M4s, Clarion on Team Python. Well, Montoya does have quite a bit of money on him as well. They do have the money advantage, so even if they do lose this, it may not be that critical for them. See, these two teams are looking for each other.
Indeed.
We're still waiting for first blood. 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock. There we go. Kent's taking a little bit of damage here. He's being wall banged, and he's trying to see who is hitting him. Tatul takes a little bit of damage there.
Right. Well, the positioning actually is, Kent is actually pushed up into the bomb site, so this shows just how aggressive they are. This is his back against the wall right now. Addition trades, and that's going to be Wheezy, Tatua, Wheezy making their trades, making their frags. And that is going to be them just going ham on this. This bomb is planted. This is, Suhao, he's a one-man army. Let's see if he can pull off another quad kill.
He's given away his position.
Indeed, he's walling, but he does.
And he takes down Tatul.
But it cost him 51 HP in that entire process, and now he's stuck dueling against whoever keeps on going in through CT side apartments. Gets the second, but he's got 12 seconds to get the defuse. If he doesn't have a kit, then he needs 5 seconds to be on it. He's just going to run for it. He makes it an expensive win for the terrorist side, and he's more than happy to get away with that.
There was no time on the clock, 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Even if he took out both of his targets, he did not have time to defuse. Very good play by Japan, by Zerdrake, very aggressive, putting the bomb down, forcing Team Python to act. So that was a good play on their side. So here we go, we're heading into round 12. 6 for Python, Zerdrake has got 5. Again, this is first team to 16 wins.
Now,
Montoya's on the AWP. Net Hydra is...
That's a rapid advance onto bomb site B.
AK-47. Oh, and Suhao takes out Vale. It's a 1-for-1, 2-for-2. Net Hydra taking down CSAC. So Suhao is down. We've got Kent Montoya in addition versus Tato, QWERTY, and Net Hydra. Skill levels here pretty high, although I will say Addition is the slightly weaker player of all these players that are currently on the board. Japan is taking damage, and there goes QWERTY. So I misspoke there. Addition taking out QWERTY. And there we go.
Playing for the retake and
there
playing
it is.
well.
Montoya with the hair of his chinny chin chin. 3 health.
8 seconds to go. Not even close to exciting. I'm sorry. That was a joke. 8 seconds to go on the defuse. Like when it's 1 second left, that's when the entire world holds their breath.
So here we go into round 13. 7 for Python, 5 for Zerdrake.
Right, but as I said before, getting 5 rounds on the terrorist site is bare minimum necessity. Let's not forget that they get away with the bomb plant bonus, which is an extra $800 to their banks.
And this is an economy round for Zerdrake. They are not spending their cash.
Self-deco. If they lose this one, I believe they stand to gain $1,900 at the bare minimum without a bomb plant. And with that in mind, they will make, the lowest bank into that would be 4,220 on Tattoo and Gale.
So here we go. Zerdrake is taking their time with this. They don't have anything to lose. This round, of course, is tactical. They're just trying to take as much down.
Oh my god, that ambush though. Addition getting the triple kill. He was ready for all of them to turn that corner. They just split up at the end of the hallway.
And Addition is just showing a new side of himself. We haven't seen him that aggressive in this. Of course, maybe that's because we haven't seen him on this map.
He's happy to make that triple kill. He's happy to get off the bottom of the, he's happy to get he's happy to give Kent the title of bottom fragger on the team right now.
Again, Zerdrake would have had a hard time either way because the firepower that Python had was just much, much higher than what Zerdrake was carrying. Now that Zerdrake has spent some of their money, we should see a little bit more balance in this round. Vale taking a little bit of damage from some wallbang there. He's checking out, he's giving away his position. We're looking, Montoya is on the AWP. Zerdrake are all sporting AK-47s.
As it stands now, I mean, Kent is waiting properly in position there. Checking things out now from a logistical perspective, they do have AK-47s. I feel like they might be lacking in the way of utilities a little bit. Can't really identify too much beyond the amount of armor that the entire team has.
We just saw Zerdrake pop up into the hallway, so we have to see what's going to happen with that.
Indeed.
They may be going for the bomb plant because they're down to 44 seconds. Suhao taking a little bit of damage there. And Vale taking out Kent. 30 taking out Addition. It's a 2 for 2, 2 for 3 with Net Hydra, Wizzy, Taipei, and Vale going down.
Montoya is the man who made the difference there. Very nice job by him.
Yep, and he gets the triple. Montoya. He takes the lead with frags there with 18 frags on his team.
Indeed.
So here we are going into round 15. 9 for Python, 5 for Zerdrake. We are probably going to see, all we see here are Desert Eagles on Team Zerdrake. They're going to be going against superior firepower, so this round is going to be very tough for Zerdrake.
Indeed. Now here we are, it's going to be a whole lot of grenades going out towards bomb site B. They want a rapid advancement onto this. The smoke has been placed between bomb site bomb site B and
Suhao with the double kill.
CT spawn, but it's not working.
Triple kill for Suhao.
Or rather, it is working out quite nicely. I think that was actually them trying to get in behind architecture and, or at least onto the staircase there. Seesock is just trying to play it out James Bond style, and it doesn't work.
And that Hydra goes down. We got triple kill for Suhao, so he's really there putting the pain to them. So now we're switching sides. This is round 15 rounds are over. It's 10-5. Now that they've switched sides, we may see a little bit of a difference here in the dynamic of the play.
Indeed. So now we're waiting for the second half to start in 1 second, and there it is. This is where we have to ask ourselves, can Python get away with the pistol round, or is it going to fall into the hands of Zerdrake? Because what you do in that position is you typically secure the second and third following rounds. So, with that being said, Python is in a mighty fine position right now, but they'll only be able to hold on to that if they can get this pistol round under their belt. They're not playing for bomb site B. Instead, they're going towards apartments. They want to get up close and personal with the Glocks and 2 USPs that they purchased. That's going to be Cordy getting the opening crash, shutting down that prospect, getting a second one as well. He caught them. He caught them headed out in that direction. That's going to be Wheezy caught out, however.
There it is.
That's it. 4-1. This is where Zerdrake bring it into high gear.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. We've seen Zerdrake turn it around, so we're going to have to see here. Again, we could be seeing overtime this round. It just really depends on how all of this plays out. Python, of course, economically is not doing very well, so they don't have very many. They don't have very much that they can buy. They are all buying Desert Eagles though, so they have spent some of their money, which means that if this round doesn't pan out for them, the next round is going to be an eco round as well. So they could lose 2 rounds here.
Indeed. That's the most likely scenario that ensues after we see one team lose the pistol round. Python, however, it looks like they're trying to play off of the overstepping of the enemy team. Like, this is what's happening. This is like the mouth of apartments. This is right next to second middle that we see Kent at, if I'm not mistaken. Cordy, he's right at the end of long hallway
and just now getting off of balcony apartments. And he did so in such a silent way, they couldn't hear his footsteps. So right now he's comfortably and safely tucked away in pit, no one aware of his presence. I just ate my words as someone turned that corner against him, I think.
Montoya gets chunked. There's a little bit of damage on QWERTY. Ned Hydra had already been chunked just a little bit. This could very quickly turn. And there we go. Bale taking the first kill. Su Hao is down. So there it is. Montoya is down. So Seaguy Kent, in addition, this is going to be very difficult. That was a 2-for-1. Definitely worth it for Zerdrake.
And now what they're doing is they're trying to sell it as a fake. They have 30 seconds remaining. What they think is going on with the counter-terror side is that they're actually rotating towards bomb site B, or they're hoping they sold the rotation. Didn't quite happen as there's a crossfire coming from pit and bomb site itself. Easy with the MP5, and then QWERTY.
QWERTY with 4. Look at him. Or 3, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, QWERTY was at library just then. Library is right here next to CT spawn. For those of you who are new, it's right over there. That direction QWERTY's facing right now.
And here we go. Here's another eco round for Python again. So this is a possibility for Zerdrake to really put the hurt to them. And it's going to be very difficult now because Python has had to do 2 eco rounds because they purchased those Desert Eagles and they really didn't have much of a choice because of the amount of money that they did have.
I see. That being said, though, this is where Zerdrake, they just typically seem to excel in this position on defense. Nonetheless, we're seeing Su Hao. He's a one-man wonder, let me tell you. But this is, since that upgraded pistol eco, that soft eco failed for the terrorist side, they're now going to be going in with nothing but maybe a single flashbang grenade and a bunch of procs. And that's gonna,
triple kill for QWERTY.
Yeah, I mean, it's a meat grinder at that point. It's just...
And he just takes it to them. He sees a window and he just takes it. That was a critical mistake because there was some wall banging going on that didn't do anything. It just gave away their location. And that opened it up for them to just take them down.
I mean, like, that's basically, the thing is, though, it's so impossible for that to happen. It's basically, he was the worm on the hook in that situation, QWERTY, on bomb site.
This is the round for Python to turn it around. They saved up money the previous 2 rounds. So they've got 5 AK-47s. Let's see what they can do with that.
That is indeed correct.
You notice Zerdrake didn't spend any money to upgrade to an AWP, so they've got quite a bit of money there. Even if they lose this round, the next round they still will be able to buy equipment to turn it around. So at worst, they may lose 1 round.
Yeah. I think what he's waiting to do is actually die, and then wait for a teammate to die, because last round no one had actually died, so there's no need to drop his weapon. So it'd be like a waste of resources to just leave that M4 in spawn, but here it is.
QWERTY trades 1-for-1, it's 3-for-1 trade there. QWERTY, Tatu, and Wheezy getting kills.
2 versus 4, we've seen the impossible happen before from Team Python, but the question is, can they make it happen on this round? There's 3 counter-terrorists waiting on bomb site A. They have 45 seconds remaining. If they wanted to, they could just pull a Kenyan speed run all the way back to bomb site B, but they don't have the bomb on their persons. It's dropped in A. Right
it's
in
going to be very difficult for them.
Right in front of that balcony where Wheezy's facing, and that's going to be Wheezy taking down Su Hao. Bit of friendly fire, but Cesage is going to, Cesage is going to take down one player. It's 2 versus 1 in this
Cesage just
situation.
took down 2, so I mean 2-1, and oh my God, it's 1-on-1 now.
He grabs the bomb, doesn't he?
Yes, he has the bomb.
He has to plant it. He has to make it live.
And Vale finishes him off.
I think that was a walled headshot onto Vel, but the reason why is because the amount of damage it didn't do, and we saw sparks right in front of us, so I just felt like it had to be a headshot through a wooden box at the very least.
So we're going now to round 20 here. 9 to Zerdrake, 10 to Python. See, Ned Hydra still hasn't pulled out the AWP. They're all running M4s. This is an eco round for Python. Edition getting chunked hard. Kent getting taken down by Tatul for first blood. And here we go. We don't really expect much out of Python this round, but oh, there we go. CSEC says, hey, Vale, you're going down.
And now they've gotten the bomb planted at 4 versus 4. This is where opportunities start opening up for the terrorist side. But we can see them coming in right now for the retake, and they are trading positively. Wait a minute, QWERTY.
CSAG has got the triple kill.
Yeah, QWERTY, though, he's making a positive difference in the trades. CSAG,
oh my God. Oh, is he going to get it? He's got it! 5 kills!
All of Taiwan lets out a loud cheer for
Team Python. In fact, it's so great that it's not good enough to give him 1 round. The observer gave him 121 rounds at one point.
Very, very good.
Then he erased it. It was a joke.
Amazing play by Seagat, really stepping up his game and pushing. I mean, typically with this Python team, we've been looking at Suha and Montoya, but Cizak really stepped up this game.
That is absolutely right, Nate. And checking things off for the time being.
Now Net Hydra busting out the AWP. And there it is, first blood with the AWP on Cizak. He says, you know what? You got those 5 kills, and you're the first one to go down.
Indeed. Was that an ace pulled off by Cizak?
That was... He got 5 kills.
I've seen crazier, man. Like, that was absolutely absurd.
He had 5 kills. That was amazing.
The only way that would have been worse is if there was a deagle and they were all headshots. I've seen that happen, like 3 kills on one clip with a deagle, 3 of which were headshots, and then finally switching out the clip and then getting the remaining 2 with the last clip.
You see Montoya dropping some smoke. Net Hydra's taking a little bit of damage here. Python's playing very careful because they know that Net Hydra's on that AWP.
It's 1 for 1 now as we finally do see QWERTY take the fall. I think what they did was they tried to sell a fake for bomb site. Now here they are. Got on the site.
That was friendly fire there.
Oh my goodness.
Taking out Addition.
You know what I just realized? Net Hydra had an AWP, the rest of the team had nothing but deagles. They've done this before and it's worked.
Well, they have a lot of confidence in Net Hydra on that AWP because when he has that, he can really dish out the pain.
They trust him with their livelihood.
That's called Overwatch, right?
Actually, that's the protocol used in Counter-Strike Global Offensive to ban cheaters.
Huh?
That's the protocol used in Counter-Strike Global Offensive to ban cheaters. People who should be back there.
Right. So we've got. It looks like this is another economy round for Python. 10-11. Zerdrake is closing the gap. Net Hydra, of course, still on the AWP. Suha takes a big chunk of damage. We don't see who did that, but he's got that damage on him. We'll have to see how this pans out. Still waiting to see who's going to strike first. Cizak is on the sniper. He's going to be looking for Net Hydra.
Indeed.
Wallbang going on, and down goes Cizak.
Well, that trades.
AWP was not. That was
oh my God.
Suha
on the
taking
offense.
Out 2, or taking out 1. Addition taking out another.
This is really bad economically for the counter-terror side of things. Even if they win this, they lose all of those weapons, and all they can hope to salvage is a single AWP. It's not going to be 1 versus 2 in this situation as Bell is going for the retake. He gets flanked from Library, and that's Suha taking him down.
Well, Python taking this round.
Indeed. I mean, this is really bad. This is just shattering economically for the team.
Zerdrake is going to play an eco round. They're not spending their money. With Python, see, there it is. Montoya is on the sniper, so it's not Cizak this time. See how this plays out. This is getting very close. We may see overtime here unless one of these teams can just take control. Cizak getting chunked there by QWERTY. And Net Hydra, less than 50 health here. First kill goes to Net Hydra, taking down Ken.
It's going to be Cizak getting a double kill, opening up as he...
And we're watching Net Hydra here, see what he does.
He's lit,
and there he
gets
goes.
taken down. They are just taking this location by storm, and the bomb should be planted in just moments.
Who is this Cizak? We haven't seen this player. This is the first time we've seen him
He's
today.
shown up. This is the first time he's really shown up on behalf of his team. This is perhaps just one of the maps that he performs better on.
Yeah.
And he is putting on the carry pants this time. He is putting on the, how do I say this? He's putting on 5 50-kilogram weights on that Olympic bar, and he's squatting with it right now and lifting with all of his strength.
Yeah, he's doing his part to push this. So this is getting close now. Python needs 3 more wins, and then they have their berth in the quarterfinal.
Indeed, and now it's going to be four M4s, 4 Colts, and Clarion, aka the FAMAS.
That's right. AWP on Montoya again.
He might be spearheading the assault. If he can actually get those initial entry frags, that's all that matters. Now here they are again walling. Starting with Seesock. He's just firing around the corners, or through the corners rather, to see if he can hit anyone who might be on the other side of those walls. It's going to be Wheezy. First victim for Montoya. And Montoya says next. Turns the corner with his teammate. That Hydra is going to be getting a little bit too overzealous here, I feel. Why is he switching to that USP? I think it's because he doesn't want to reveal his position with the barrel of his weapon. Zuhao is going to be getting the second one, stealing that second frag prospect from Montoya. We're going to be seeing QWERTY taking down Ken, but that AWP is still operational. You see what I did there?
Yep.
Operational.
Yep. And Net Hydra's low. Oh!
Turning the corner, a no scope, in fact, but now it's 2 versus 1, and that's Montoya with the AWP. He's got 27 seconds left to make something happen. He's going to go dancing with QWERTY on the M4. That's not the best idea. But he turns that corner, he gets the bomb, and he gets out. Oh no, he's going to have to
missed that shot.
He's getting shot at 2 versus 1. 14 seconds. He's got 1. Going to be looking for the second, but he's shut down on that prospect. This is a round where Drake makes a little bit of money. We're going to see 3 players, maybe 2, maybe only 2 with FAMASes on their person.
Well, Net Hydra again picking up the AWP.
Indeed, that was a salvaged weapon by Vel at the end of the round. So this is still, it turns into an expensive win.
It's a very expensive win for Drake. It was.
But I mean, they were on 2 ecos, so I mean, granted their present position might be only slightly better than what they were on previously. We got 5 AKs coming from Python, and they're happy to have them.
They're testing and probing, seeing if they can get little nicks on the enemy team. So far, nobody has taken any damage. Tension is very high here.
Indeed it is.
The team that loses this is eliminated from the tournament, so they really want to win this match.
It seems to me like they might be able to pull something out, but there we go. I was wondering what Addition was doing there, but I thought, did he really just only have a Glock going in this? But in fact, he does have an AK-47. Are they going to be poking through that smoke, or are they going to be throwing an execute flash?
Now, Hydra taking some damage there.
Corner,
see if we can switch to his feet. This is Bale taking some damage, and Bale says no, Suha, you're done.
Cornering.
1 for 1.
Wall cornering, $300, the red name, the upper hand corner. Gonna get that plant down ASAP. 2 versus 3 is the name of this game. He has to get it done. He has to get it done as soon as possible.
30 seconds on the clock.
And they take down Net Hydra, high impact frag there.
Yep. So it's C-Sacked and Kent versus QWERTY and Wheezy. The bomb is down, there's 20 seconds. Drake has to do something if they want to take this round.
And Sock just got hit by 1 bullet.
Is there time? Is
QWERTY at 8 HP.
No time.
I'm sorry, Sock at 8 HP.
Let's see if there's time.
If he's got a kit, there's time. He's got a kit, there's time. And even if there isn't a kit, there's no time.
Oh, he has a kit.
Yeah.
He's done.
So it's a 5-second defuse there. This round's slightly less expensive than the previous one. I think they salvaged an AWP, but I can't be entirely certain.
Net Hydra does have the AWP. So this is round 26. 12 to Drake, 13 to Python. We may see overtime here unless one of these teams can just clinch it. Python's got 4 AK-47s and an IDF Defender. Drake. Still got Net Hydra on the AWP. Let's see what we can do. See what they can get done here. Suha's very low here. They're just taking their time.
But Python still has the round lead. They've got the AK-47s in hand. The deficient point in firepower would be on the form of the Defender. Although it carries 35 bullets, it's still only about as strong shot per shot as the M4.
Yeah.
That is to say, if you score a headshot, you'll do the same damage with that as you would with an M4. 86. And then you have to get a follow-up body mass or a secondary headshot.
43 seconds on the clock. It's ticking down. Can take some damage there.
throwing a flashbang, trying to get them to back up, thinking that they might be going for execute. They pick up the bomb now, and we're going to be seeing someone going through apartments, while we have Montoya getting away with the first frag of the round, coming in 30 seconds remaining. Cordy's going to make a double kill. He's going.
Double kill here.
He's going, and that's going to be Cordy.
Here.
Oh my god, is he going to get away with the quad? That is the quad. Is he going to make the ace? Am I reading this wrong, or is he on the verge for an ace? He might just get it. It's Suhao who's waiting around that corner. 9 seconds remain. He has to do something. He thinks it might be library. He reveals his position by shooting, and that is the ace. 100% sick. Japanese juggernaut Cordy carries his team through this round.
And QWERTY really showing up this match. Look at his kills, 30 kills here.
That's because
this is his map.
5 just came from that. This guy is like the QZ of Counter-Strike Online.
This is 13 to 13. We will probably be seeing overtime here unless one of these two teams can just shut the other team down.
Indeed. I don't know. I think we're getting, each and every round, we're getting slightly
This
closer.
is an eco round for Python.
Yeah.
CSAC taking down there.
We're getting slightly, ever so closer to
Suhao taking some damage here.
Maybe overtime. Maybe the end of it.
Kent going down to Wheezy.
I don't know. If they lose this round.
CSAC is not down, by the way. He's just very low.
Yeah.
So 2 down there. Net Hydra with the AWP taking down Montoya. QWERTY with the double.
Triple.
And here comes, is it? No, taken by Tatuo. QWERTY got taken out by Addition right at the end.
Not a complete slaughter, but very close to it. And
it's not one, it's 14 to 13.
That's right.
So we see Python spending their money. They'll have more equipment this round. So let's see how Zerjake responds to that.
I was just going to say this could be a little bit dangerous. We don't see the weapons that they're actually carrying right now because they switched their knives. They're trying to get around the map a little bit faster. And if they don't have AK-47s with full-blown Kevlar helmets, it's going to be a little bit difficult to make that defense happen.
Zerjake is...
it's QWERTY.
QWERTY, look at him. He's showing off there.
Left to right, everything else.
He has the right to do that. Suhao taking some damage there. He's given away his position. He's moved to lower ground. To 2 more rounds for Zerjake, and they clinch their position. Net Hydra taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, he got spotted.
And he takes out Montoya. Well done.
And he finishes what his enemy starts there, more importantly. It might have been Montoya who dealt out the damage. It's a high-impact fragger coming from Python actually going down. And now what we are waiting for is to see what the remaining 4 players of Python can do here. Kent returns fire onto Tatuo, but that's going to be Wheezy there for the return frag. CSAC takes down Wheezy. Now it's 3 versus 3.
And Net Hydra with that AWP.
He was ready to greet him going through the spawn. That was actually what we call mid to B. And now they're encroaching upon bomb site B, but they've taken down Net Hydra. So what happened was, you saw it mid, right?
Yeah.
What happened was they just went through the left-hand side as the terrorists are approaching bomb site A, and then they got to bomb site B via that little pathway. And they had to go through counter-terrorist spawn to do it.
QWERTY is not going to make this easy. He's very low. Addition is sitting there waiting for him.
Indeed.
The bomb is down.
He's going to find...
He takes him out, and that's the end of Addition. Is there time?
Yes, maybe. If there's a kid, yes, there most definitely is.
And there it is. 15 to 13. Zerjake is 1 round away from clinching their position in the quarterfinals.
Right.
Crowd here is very tense. Most of the crowd is Taiwanese, so they're a little bit worried here because they would like to see Python make it into the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. That may not be the case here.
Zerjake needs to clinch this. See? Of course, Python coming in with 5 AK-47s. Net Hydra on that, on an M4. No AWP this round. Grenades are out. See what's going on here. Montoya taking a bit of damage there. See? Both teams know that this round is very important.
They're pushing up mid right now, maybe through apartments a little bit. Montoya gets 1 in exchange for 85 HP. I'm surprised he wasn't taken down by the same shot that took down CSAC, but we're just moments away from seeing whether or not we'll be diving into a 29th round.
We may see a plant here. Nope, there's no bomb on anybody, so they have to go pick it up. Where is the bomb? Oh, Additions picked the bomb up.
Yeah. Typically what they do is they'll drop it in a safe spot that's in territory that belongs to the terrorist site. And then they'll do something about planting it.
Let's see, this is very dangerous for Python. Montoya is very low.
But they have no choice. They have to go this way. They have to do something.
That clock is ticking down.
23 seconds remain. They have to get that plant in ASAP. They're turning the corner just as they throw in the flashes. Smoke goes down on Net Hydra's now fragged position. They're going to be walling shots through this. The bomb plant is going down with 12 seconds remaining. It is planted. And now what's going to happen is the counter-terrorists don't want to risk it. They want the safest possible outcome. They're opting to save. This is the first time we have seen this kind of scenario unfold in a tournament where there are this many players alive and the counter-terrorists decide we're not going to go for the defuse. We're going to wait until the next round because we have 3 rifles. We can drop 2 of them. We can buy another one.
Yeah.
You add 1,400 to what we see here for Wheezy. He'll have 3,100. That's enough to drop an M4. You have 2,000 on Vel. He'll have enough to drop an M4 as well.
So Zerjay cutting their losses.
Indeed.
Giving around to Python. Very tactical decision.
Right, and they're putting another 50 cents in the machine. You see this quite frequently in, say, some of the bigger leagues for Counter-Strike Global Offensive, but this is perhaps the first time we've seen this in this entire tournament. It's on the second day that it happens.
So 15 to 14. If Python takes this round, this will go into overtime. Troya trying to clear it out. Shooting through the smoke.
Indeed.
Does not make contact with anybody. Net Hydra's camera here. See what we're doing. These guys. And it's QWERTY takes first blood on Addition.
It's going to be now trading.
Easy. 1 for 1.
Net Hydra drops in the pit. He's now on site. He's basically cornered like this right now. There's almost no way for him to safely get out. This basically depends on him getting good aim in. They're smoking off, doing another mid to B play, but I don't see all of them going through this location, so it makes me believe that's 1 for 1 in the trades. This plan has been foiled. Do they want to continue to pursue this?
3 to 2.
That's a very good question.
QWERTY is still up. He is a big threat.
Oh man. Looks like, I feel like Python has lost their coordination right now. They're confused. They're like, do we go for A or do we go for B? They're playing mind games, and now they are going for bombs at A. They don't check it, and they line up right for Hydra, who scores a collateral. Uses the same bullet to kill both of his targets. Ladies and gentlemen, we have determined that there will be a Japanese team going on to the semifinals and claiming the final position in this tournament.
It was a very, very good match. It was not one-sided like we predicted.
Yeah.
Both teams fought back and forth. We did see 2 aces.
That was crazy. Yeah.
One for QWERTY and the other for, I believe it was CSAC. So very, very exciting to see that. I think those are the first 2 aces that we've seen this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, like, these guys were just performing on completely different levels, and they just did everything that they had to. And now, oh my goodness, this one's in tears. He wanted to get into the semifinals.
Heartbreak again for Python.
It's Heartbreak Ridge is what this is, guys. He gave it his best shot, and it wasn't good enough.
I have to say though, every team member on Python stepped it up. I mean, we saw CSAC today like we've never seen them. So they did their best and they tried very hard. It is heartbreak for them, and they have been eliminated. And so Zerjay will go into the quarterfinals.
That really, I mean, you can see we've got everyone trying to comfort them, but it's just,
I'm not sure if they're seeing it on the feed.
Guys,
yeah, they're in tears.
Remember exactly what I'm about to tell you, and I'm looking at the camera with a very serious expression like this. It's not just a game. It's our livelihood. That's what we do. No one will understand this. But as it is right now, I think that's going to conclude all of our matches for the day. We will be back tomorrow and that is when we will determine what team will be going home empty-handed and what teams will be going home with money in pocket.
That's right. Tomorrow is the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. So,
my name is Benjamin Breaker Novotny. With me is
Nate Dogg TW.
We'll see you guys tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Taipei Standard Time.
That's right. Goodbye.
Holy shit, I'm so tired.